ఏదో పైన సైడ్ ఉన్నట్టు చూసి అది ఓపెన్ చేస్తాను కనబడలేదు వీడియోతో నేను సార్ దాన్ని చెప్తున్నాను ఏం లేదు మొత్తం ఓన్లీ స్కూల్ ఫోటోలే ఉన్నాయి మొత్తం 20 GB ఖాళీ ఉంది 32 విజయవాడ ప్రజెంట్గా నాగరాజు వంశీ కార్తీకు 11వ తారీఖు కానీ నేను ప్రకాశంలో ఆగాయి అంది సైడ్ అంది ఆగాయి అది ఒక గంట పడుతుంది అందుసార్లు నూతనంగా చెకింగ్ కరెక్ట్ చెకింగ్ కరెక్ట్ సరే సరే आप काफ़ी कमाने संबंध है ऐसा नहीं जानते कर गया हाँ
భవిష్య భారతం కార్యక్రమానికి రాష్ట్రం నలుమూలల నుండి అన్ని జిల్లాల నుండి విచ్చేసినటువంటి ఆహ్వానితులకందరికీ స్వాగతం సుస్వాగతం. ఈరోజు కార్యక్రమం రాష్ట్రం నలుమూలల 45 సంవత్సరాల లోపు ఉన్నటువంటి వివిధ రంగాల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి అనుభవం ఉన్నటువంటి పెద్దలని ముందుగానే ఎంపిక చేసి అటువంటి వారిని ఈ యొక్క సభా కార్యక్రమానికి ఆహ్వానం పలకడం జరిగింది. సుదూర ప్రాంతాల నుంచి ప్రయాణం చేసి పరమ పూజనీయ సరసంగ చాలక్జీ కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొనడానికి శ్రమ తీసుకొని సమయం వెచ్చించి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చినటువంటి వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా ఆహ్వానితులందరికీ మరొకసారి స్వాగతం తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. కొన్ని సూచనలు గమనిస్తాం. మన సోఫాలకు ఇక్కడ కుర్చీలకు సంబంధించినటువంటి మొట్టమొదట వరుసల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి ఖాళీ ఉన్నటువంటి కుర్చీలన్నీ కూడా పూర్తి చేస్తాం. మొట్టమొదటి ఉన్నటువంటి వరుస ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి సెక్యూరిటీ దృష్ట్యా ఎంపిక చేయబడినటువంటి కొద్దిమందికి మాత్రమే అది అనుమతి ఉంది, వాళ్ళు ఆహ్వానితులు అవుతారు. రెండో వరుస నుంచి ఆహ్వానితులందరూ కూడా కూర్చుంటాం. ఆ తర్వాత వెనక ప్యాసేజ్ తర్వాత ఉన్నటువంటి 2 లైన్లు ఉన్నటువంటి కుర్చీలు మాతృమూర్తులకి మహిళలకి అక్కడ రిజర్వ్ చేసి ఉంచబడింది. మధ్యలో ఖాళీలు లేకుండా కూర్చోనేటువంటి ఒక ప్రయత్నం చేయాలి. అదొకసారి దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని ఎక్కడైనా ఖాళీ ఉంటే కొంచెం అటు జరిగి ఆ చివరి కుర్చీని ఖాళీగా ఉంచేటువంటి ఒక ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం. ఆహ్వానితులందరూ ముందు వైపు కూర్చుంటారు. ఈ కార్యక్రమానికి మీ అందరికీ సమాచారం అందించి ప్రయత్నం చేసినటువంటి ఘటనాయకులు ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళు వెనుక వరుసలో ఉన్నటువంటి కుర్చీలలో కూర్చుంటారు. ఈ కార్యక్రమానికి మనందరికీ లోపలికి వచ్చేటప్పుడు రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ పూర్తి చేసుకుని మనందరం కూడా వచ్చాం. సో ఎవరైతే ఆహ్వానితులు ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళు మాత్రమే ఈ యొక్క సభా ప్రాంగణంలో ఉంటారు. అట్లాగే మనకు లోపలికి వచ్చేటప్పుడు వందే మాతరం సంబంధించినటువంటి అట్లాగే జాతీయ దేశభక్తి పాటకు సంబంధించినటువంటి ఉన్నటువంటి ఒక పత్రము మీ అందరికీ కూడా అంది ఉంచుంటారు. ఎవరికైనా ఆ పత్రం అందకపోతే ఒకసారి మీరు హ్యాండ్ రైజ్ చేస్తే మన కార్యకర్తలు మీ వద్దకు వచ్చి అందించేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తారు. ఎవరికైనా అందలేదా? వెంకటేశ్వర గారు, పూర్ణ గారికి కొన్ని ఇవ్వండి. వెనక మాతృమూర్తులు కొంతమంది ఒక్కసారి ఎవరికైతే పత్రం అందలేదో అటువంటి వాళ్ళు ఒకసారి హ్యాండ్ రైజ్ చేసి ఉంటుందండి, మన కార్యకర్తలు తీసుకొచ్చి అందజేస్తారు. కొన్ని అక్కడ వెనక ఇచ్చి పెట్టేసి ప్లానింగ్ అండ్ ఆర్కిటెక్చర్కి సంబంధించినటువంటి ప్రాంగణంలో మనం ఉన్నాము. సెక్యూరిటీ రీజన్స్ దృష్ట్యా కొన్ని నియమాలు మనందరం కూడా పాటించాల్సి ఉంటుంది. పరపూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలక్జీ సెక్యూరిటీ ఈ దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని కొన్ని నియమాలు నిర్దేశించబడ్డాయి. నిర్దేశించబడినటువంటి ప్రాంతాల వరకే మన ఎంట్రీ రిస్ట్రిక్ట్ అవుతుంది. కాబట్టి దాన్ని మనందరం కూడా సవినయంగా మీరు స్వీకరించగలరని కోరుకుంటున్నాను. అదే పద్ధతిలో మన ఎంట్రన్స్లో రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ అయిన తర్వాత సభా ప్రాంగణానికి వచ్చే కన్నా మునుపు కృష్ణవేణి ఆడిటోరియం ఇది లోపలికి వచ్చేటువంటి ఒక సమయంలో అట్లాగే భోజనం అల్పాహారం చేయడానికి మనం వెళ్ళాం. అటువైపు పెండాలు ఉంటుంది. ఆ పెండాలకు వెళ్ళేటువంటి దారిలో ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ప్రదర్శిని ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. మనందరం కూడా వాటిని వస్తూ వెళ్తూ ఆ యొక్క ప్రదర్శిని చూసేటువంటి ఒక ప్రయత్నం చేయగలుగుతాం. అట్లాగే ఇది మనం -1లో ఉన్నాము. గ్రౌండ్ ఫ్లోర్ సంబంధించి అక్కడ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ఉంటుంది. ఆ చివరికి మనం ఏదైతే అల్పాహారం చేశామో మధ్యాహ్నం భోజనం కూడా అక్కడే వసతి ఏర్పాటు ఉంటుంది. అది ఒకసారి గమనించగలం. ఈ కార్యక్రమం 2 సెషన్స్ ఉంటాయి. 10 గంటలకి పరపూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలక్జీ సభా ప్రాంగణంలోకి ప్రవేశిస్తుంది. ఆ సమయంలో మనందరం కూడా లేచి నిల్చుంటాం. మనందరం కూడా పరపూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలక్జీ వేదిక మీదకి వచ్చిన తర్వాత మొట్టమొదటి మన యొక్క సీట్లలో ఆసీనులు అవుతాం. కాబట్టి అధికారులు వేదిక పరపూజ సరసంఘ చాలక్జీ వేదిక మీదకి వచ్చిన తర్వాత వందే మాత్రం పూర్తి అయ్యేంత వరకు మనము నిల్చొనే ఉంటాం అన్నటువంటి దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకుంటాం. సంఘ కార్యంలో చప్పట్లు కొట్టడము, ఫోటోలు తీయడము, వీడియోలు తీయడము అన్నటువంటిది మన సాంప్రదాయం కాదు. కాబట్టి ఆ విషయాన్ని దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని మన యొక్క ఫోన్లని స్విచ్ ఆఫ్ లేదా సైలెంట్ మోడ్లలో ఉంచుకునేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేయగలుగుతాం. వీడియో లభ్యమవుతుంది. విఎస్కే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ అన్నటువంటి ఒక వెబ్సైట్లో మీకు ఉంటుంది. యూట్యూబ్లో ప్రత్యక్ష లైవ్ టెలికాస్ట్ ఉంది. అభ్యాసం ఉంటుంది, మనందరం కూడా అభ్యాసం. శ్రీ జనార్దన్ జీ మన సహప్రాంత ప్రచారక గారు పలికిస్తారు.
మనందరి చేతుల్లో గీత ఉంది కదండి తెలుగులో. పల్లవి చరణం నేను ఒకసారి పాడతాను, జస్ట్ వినండి. ఆ తర్వాత నేను చెప్పిన తర్వాత మీరు అనుసరించాలి. ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇళ్ళలో పూల రథం, శక్తియుతం ముక్తిపథం, అరవిరసిన మందారం, ఇది జగతికి సింగారం, ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం. రంగేదైనా రూపేదైనా తీరేదైనా దారేదైనా, ఏ వేషం అయినా భాషేదైనా నివసించే ఆ చోటేదైనా, మనిషికి వరసైనా కాకున్నా ఇది మమతల బంగారం, ఇది జగతికి సింగారం, ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం. ఇప్పుడు నేను చెప్తాను, మీరందరూ కూడా నా వెనకాల అనుసరించాలి, చూస్తూ పాడదాం. ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం, శక్తియుతం ముక్తిపథం, అరవిరసిన మందారం, ఇది జగతికి సింగారం. కొద్దిగా వాయిస్ పెంచుతామండి, బాగా పాడుతున్నారు, ఇంకొద్దిగా గొంతు పెంచుతాం. ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం. చాలా బాగా పాడుతున్నారు. నేను ఎంత గొంతుతో పాడుతున్నానో అదే శృతిలో మీరు కూడా పాడాలి. అందరూ ప్రయత్నం చేయాలి. అందరూ ఒకే గొంతుతో, ఒకరు నెమ్మదిగా ఒకరు బిగ్గరగా కాకుండా అందరూ ఒకే గొంతుతో పాడాలి. ఇదే మన భారతం, బాగుంది. ఇలలో పూల రథం, శక్తియుతం ముక్తిపథం, అరవిరసిన మందారం, ఇది జగతికి సింగారం, ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం. రంగేదైనా రూపేదైనా, రంగేదైనా రూపేదైనా తీరేదైనా దారేదైనా, ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం, శక్తియుతం ముక్తిపథం, అరవిరసిన మందారం, ఇది జగతికి సింగారం, ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం. దీంట్లో ఉన్న భావాన్ని కూడా స్మరిస్తూ, పూర్తి మనస్సు పెట్టి అందులో ఉన్న భావాన్ని స్మరిస్తూ పాడదాం. ఋషి ముని జనము దేవత గణము, వేద జ్ఞానమై వెలసిన వనము, రామాయణము మహాభారతం, భాగవతము చూపిన పథము, సకల జనుల సుఖ జీవనయానం. కొద్దిగా దీర్ఘం కొంత పెరగాలి. సకల జనుల సుఖ జీవనయానం, ఇది విలువల మణిహారం, విశ్వానికి ఆధారం, ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం, శక్తియుతం ముక్తిపథం, అరవిరసిన మందారం, ఇది జగతికి సింగారం, ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం, అస్త్రం శస్త్రం శాస్త్రం క్షాత్రం, అర్చనకై అర్పించడి పుష్పం, ధర్మనిష్ట కలిగించిన దీపం, త్యాగ నిరతి తిరుగాడెడి ధూపం, బ్రతుకే భారతికొక నైవేద్యం, బ్రతుకే భారతికొక నైవేద్యం, ఇది వీరుల వ్యవసాయం, విను వీధుల కాషాయం, ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం, శక్తియుతం ముక్తిపథం, అరవిరసిన మందారం, ఇది జగతికి సింగారం, ఇదే మన భారతం, ఇలలో పూల రథం.
రాష్ట్రీయ స్వయంసేవక సంఘానికి 100 సంవత్సరాలు పూర్తి చేసుకున్నటువంటి సందర్భంగా సమాజంలో ఉన్నటువంటి వివిధ శ్రేణులలో ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రతిష్ఠిత వ్యక్తులకు సంబంధించినటువంటి కార్యక్రమాలు దేశంలో ప్రధానంగా 4 కేంద్రాలలో వ్యాఖ్యానమాల పేరు మీద యోజన చేయడం జరిగింది. అందులో ఢిల్లీ, బెంగళూరు, కలకత్తా 3 కేంద్రాలలో ఈ పాటికే పూర్తి అయింది. చివరి కార్యక్రమం బాంబేలో ఒక వ్యాఖ్యానమాల పరమపూజనీయ సత్సంగ చాలక్జీతో యోజన ప్రకారం ఉంటుంది. దాంతోపాటు అన్ని రాష్ట్ర కేంద్రాలు, స్టేట్ హెడ్ క్వార్టర్స్ సంబంధించి కూడా వారి పర్యటన 2 రోజుల పాటు యోజన చేయడం జరిగింది. అందులో భాగంగా ఈ రోజున వాటి యొక్క వివరణ, సంఘం యొక్క విజన్ ఏమిటి అన్నటువంటిది ప్రస్తావన ఉంటుంది. అట్లాగే వివిధ విషయాల పట్ల సంఘం యొక్క సమాజంలో అనేక విషయాలు ఉంటాయి. హిందూ సమాజంలో అనేక విషయాల కార్యక్రమం కూడా ఈ యొక్క కార్యక్రమం యొక్క ప్రధానమైనటువంటి. ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో ఉన్నటువంటి సంఘ పెద్దల్ని పరిచయం చేస్తాను. మాన్యశ్రీ ఓకే మోహన్ గారు, వారు అఖిల భారతీయ సహ శారీరక ప్రముఖగా ఉంటారు. వారు విజయవాడ కేంద్రంగా పర్యటన చేస్తుంటారు. డాక్టర్ మురళీకృష్ణ గారు ఆరోగ్య భారతి అఖిల భారతీయ సహ సంఘటన మంత్రిగా ఉంటారు. వారు కూడా మన కార్యక్రమంలో ఉన్నారు. మనకి మాన్యశ్రీ రామకృష్ణ గారు దక్షిణ మధ్య క్షేత్ర సహ సంచాలకులు వారు, విశాఖపట్నం నివాసి వారు కూడా మన కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొంటారు. వేదిక మీదకి వారు కూడా వస్తారు. మాన్యశ్రీ భరత్ కుమార్ గారు దక్షిణ మధ్య క్షేత్ర ప్రచారంగా ఉంటారు. వారి కేంద్రము భాగ్యనగర్ కేంద్రంగా వారు పర్యటన చేస్తుంటారు. మాన్యశ్రీ వెంకటేష్ గారు వారు దక్షిణ మధ్య క్షేత్ర సంపర్క ప్రముఖంగా ఉంటారు. దక్షిణ మధ్య క్షేత్రం అంటే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, కర్ణాటక, తెలంగాణ మూడు రాష్ట్రాలకు సంబంధించినటువంటి దక్షిణ మధ్య క్షేత్రం అంటాము. భరత్జీ, వెంకటేష్జీ దక్షిణ మధ్య క్షేత్రానికి సంబంధించినటువంటి బాధ్యత నిర్వహిస్తున్నారు. అట్లాగే మాన్యశ్రీ నాగారెడ్డి హరికుమార్ రెడ్డి గారు వారు నెల్లూరు కేంద్రంగా, వారి నివాసం నెల్లూరు, మన యొక్క ప్రాంతానికి మాననీయ సంఘ చాలకులుగా అంటే ప్రెసిడెంట్ గా ఉంటూ మనకు మార్గదర్శనం చేస్తుంటారు. అట్లాగే శ్రీ వేణుగోపాల్ నాయుడు గారు వారు చిత్తూరులో నివాసం ఉంటారు. మన యొక్క ప్రాంత కార్యవాహగా ఉంటూ సంఘలో బాధ్యత నిర్వహిస్తుంటారు. శ్రీ విజయ ఆదిత్య గారు మన యొక్క ప్రాంత ప్రచారకులు, వారు విజయవాడ కేంద్రంగా ఉంటారు. శ్రీ జనార్దన్జీ ఇంత మునిపే మన గీత పలికించారు. మన యొక్క సహప్రాంత ప్రచారక వారు విశాఖపట్నం కేంద్రంగా ఉంటారు. కొన్ని సూచనలు గమనిద్దాము. మొదటి కాలాంశం 11 గంటల వరకు మనకు ఉంటుంది. 11 గంటల నుంచి 11:35 దాకా టీ స్నాక్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఫస్ట్ ఫ్లోర్లో ఫస్ట్ ఫ్లోర్లో టీ స్నాక్స్ యొక్క ఏర్పాటు ఉంటుంది. దాంతోపాటు అక్కడ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ప్రదర్శన ఉంటుంది. ఆ ప్రదర్శన కూడా మనం తిలకించవచ్చును. దాంతోపాటు అక్కడ దేశభక్తికి సంబంధించినటువంటి సాహిత్యం యొక్క స్టాల్ ఉంటుంది. ఆ సాహిత్యాన్ని కూడా అక్కడ పుస్తకాలు తీసుకొని కొనవచ్చును అక్కడ కూడా. అట్లాగే అక్కడక్కడ వాష్రూమ్ యొక్క బోర్డ్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఆ బోర్డ్స్ ఉన్నటువంటి చోట మనము వాటిని ఆ డైరెక్షన్స్ మేరకి మనం ఫాలో అయ్యి వాటిని ఉపయోగించేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాము. వాష్రూమ్స్ దగ్గరే మహిళలకి అక్కడ ఉంటుంది, మహిళలకి తర్వాత పురుషులకి వేరే అన్నటువంటి అక్కడ వ్యవస్థ ఉంది. ఆ బోర్డ్స్ అక్కడ మనం గమనించగలుగుతాం. మన యొక్క కార్యక్రమం 10 గంటలకి పరమ పూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలక్జీ వేదిక మీదకి వస్తారు. వారు వచ్చేటువంటి ఒక సమయంలో అందరూ లేచి నిలబడగలుగుతాము అన్నటువంటి ఒక సూచన వస్తుంది. ఆ సూచన మేరకి మనందరం కూడా నిల్చుని ఉంటాము. పరమ పూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలక్జీ భారతమాత యొక్క చిత్రపటానికి పుష్పాలను అర్పించిన తర్వాత వారికి కేటాయించినటువంటి సీట్ దగ్గరికి వారు వచ్చి నిలబడతారు. అప్పుడు వందే మాతరం యొక్క గీతము అక్కడ ప్లే చేయబడుతుంది. అందరూ కూడా వందే మాతర గీతాన్ని ఆలాపన చేస్తాం మనందరం కూడా ఆ యొక్క ఆడియోతో పాటు. వందే మాతరం అయిపోయిన తర్వాత వేదిక మీద ఉన్నటువంటి పెద్దలు వారి యొక్క కుర్చీలపైన ఆసీనులు అవుతారు. తర్వాత మనం కూడా కూర్చుంటాం. ఈ విషయాలని మనం ఒకసారి గమనించాలి. అట్లాగే పరమ పూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలక్జీ వారి యొక్క విస్తృత పరిచయం చేస్తాను. పరమ పూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలక్ మాన్య శ్రీ డాక్టర్ మోహన్జీ భాగవత్ గారు, వారు మహారాష్ట్రలోని చంద్రాపూర్లో వారు జన్మించారు. వెటర్నరీ సైన్సెస్లో వారు పోస్ట్ గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్ పూర్తి చేసిన తర్వాత 1975లో, బాల్యం నుంచి వారు స్వయం సేవకులు, 1975లో వారు సంఘ ప్రచారకగా వారు రావడం జరిగింది. సంఘ ప్రచారక అంటే మనందరికీ తెలిసి ఉంటుంది. విద్యాభ్యాసం పూర్తయిన తర్వాత వివాహము, ఉద్యోగము, ఎలాంటి ప్రతిఫలాపేక్ష ఏమీ లేకుండా సమాజ కార్యాన్ని స్వీకరించి సమాజ కార్యంలో మమేకమై గత 50 సంవత్సరాలుగా వారు ప్రచారకగా సంఘ కార్యాన్ని నిర్వహిస్తూ అనేక బాధ్యతలు వారు నిర్వహించారు. విదర్భ యొక్క ప్రాంత ప్రచారకగా, బీహార్ క్షేత్ర ప్రచారకగా, అఖిల భారతీయ శారీరక ప్రముఖ, అఖిల భారతీయ ప్రచారక్ ప్రముఖగా వారు బాధ్యతలు నిర్వహించారు. 2000 సంవత్సరంలో వారు సర్కారీవాగా వారు ఎన్నిక కావడం జరిగింది. తర్వాత 2000 నుంచి 2009 దాకా వారు సర్కారీవాగా ఉంటూ మనకి మార్గదర్శనం చేశారు. 2009లో పరంపూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలక్గా వారు నియుక్తి కావడం జరిగింది. అప్పటి నుంచి 2009 నుంచి పరంపూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలక్గా మనకి బాధ్యత వహిస్తున్నారు, చీఫ్ ఆఫ్ ఆర్ఎస్ఎస్గా. వీరి కాలంలో ప్రధానంగా సమాజంలో ఉన్నటువంటి అన్ని రంగాలలోకి సంఘాన్ని తెలియజేసేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం విస్తృతంగా జరిగింది. మనందరం కూడా గమనించి ఉంటాము. సుమారుగా మైనారిటీల వరకు కూడా వెళ్ళి వాళ్ళ యొక్క సభల్లో వాళ్ళ యొక్క స్థానాలలో వాళ్ళని కలిసి సంఘ విషయాలని వాళ్ళకి తెలిసేటువంటి ఒక ప్రయత్నం చేయడము, అట్లాగే దేశంలో ఒక పెద్ద అవుట్ రీచ్ కార్యక్రమాన్ని పరంపూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలక్జీ వారి యొక్క కాలంలో మనము సాధించగలిగాము. వారు ఈ రోజున మనందరికీ ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్నటువంటి యంగ్ ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్స్, యువ ప్రతిభావంతులకి సంబంధించినటువంటి ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో మనందరికీ కూడా మార్గదర్శనం చేయడం అన్నటువంటిది మనందరి యొక్క అదృష్టంగా భావిస్తున్నాం. అట్లాగే ఈ యొక్క ప్రాంగణము స్కూల్ ఆఫ్ ప్లానింగ్ అండ్ ఆర్కిటెక్చర్కి సంబంధించినటువంటి సెంట్రల్ యూనివర్సిటీది. దీనికి సంబంధించినటువంటి యాజమాన్యం ఇక్కడ మనకు ఈ 2 రోజుల పాటు ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని చేసుకోవడానికి అన్ని రకాలుగా ఇక్కడ వసతులు సహకరించినటువంటి ఈ యొక్క స్కూల్ ఆఫ్ ఆర్కిటెక్చర్ అండ్ ప్లానింగ్ అండ్ ఆర్కిటెక్చర్కి సంబంధించినటువంటి డైరెక్టర్ మాన్యశ్రీ రమేష్ గారికి, తర్వాత వారి యాజమాన్యానికి కూడా, బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ డైరెక్టర్స్ అందరికీ కూడా ఈ సభాముఖంగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకోవడం జరుగుతుంది. అట్లాగే సెక్యూరిటీ పరంగా ఈ 2 రోజుల పాటు పోలీస్ వాళ్ళు సహకరించడము, తర్వాత ఇతర ప్రభుత్వ సంస్థలు సెక్యూరిటీకి సంబంధించినటువంటి ఈ 2 రోజుల పాటు ఏర్పాట్లు, ఈ కార్యక్రమాలు సక్రమంగా సజావుగా జరగడానికి సహకరించినటువంటి వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా మనందరి ఈ కార్యక్రమం తరఫున వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేయడం జరుగుతుంది. సరసంఘ చాలక్జీ వచ్చేటువంటి సమయంలో మనం అందరూ కూడా లేచి నిలిచి ఉంటాము. భారతమాత చిత్రపటానికి పుష్పార్చన జరిగిన తర్వాత, వందే మాతరం పూర్తయిన తర్వాత మనందరూ కూడా మన సీట్లలో ఆసీనులు అవుతాం. అందరూ లేచి నిలుచుకోవాల్సిందిగా కోరుచున్నాం. వందే మాతరం వీడియో ఆడియో వస్తుంది. అందరూ కూడా ఆడియోతో కలిసి పెద్దల్ని వేదిక మీద ఆశీనులు కావాల్సిందిగా కోరుచున్నాం. అట్లాగే మనం కూడా మనకు కేటాయించినటువంటి వేదిక మీద ఉన్నటువంటి పెద్దల్ని పరిచయం చేస్తాను. పరం పూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలక్ మాననీయ డాక్టర్ మోహన్ జీ భాగవత్ గారు మధ్యలో ఉన్నారు. వారికి ఎడమ వైపున మాన్య శ్రీ దూష రామకృష్ణ గారు విశాఖపట్నం కేంద్రంగా ఉంటారు. మన దక్షిణ మధ్య క్షేత్ర సహసంఘ చాలక్గా వారు ఉంటూ మార్గదర్శనం చేస్తున్నారు. మాన్య శ్రీ నాగారెడ్డి హరికుమార్ రెడ్డి గారు నెల్లూరు కేంద్రంగా ఉంటారు. మాననీయ ప్రాంత సంఘ చాలకులుగా ఉంటూ వారు మనకు మార్గదర్శనం చేస్తున్నారు. మన యొక్క కార్యక్రమం దృష్ట్యా పరం పూజనీయ సరసంఘ చాలక్ డాక్టర్ మోహన్ జీ భాగవత్ గారిని అందరికీ కూడా మార్గదర్శనం చేయాల్సిందిగా కోరుచున్నాం.
माननीय सहक्षेत्र संघचालक जी, माननीय प्रांत संघचालक जी, उपस्थित सभी बंधु भगिनी, so the program has been arranged because Sangha has completed the 100 years of its work. Decided that authentic information about Sangha is lacking. RSS name is famous, but what RSS is and what it does is not clear. Even well-wishers of Sangha or even soldiers of Sangha, they have no full idea because it is difficult. Sangha work is one of its type. There is no other comparable work from which we can know. If we want to know anything, the usual method is from known to unknown. But there is no comparable known. So, to know Sangha, you have to experience it and ponder upon it. Then only slowly the Sangha thing unfolds. Our second Sarsanga Jalak, Guruji, used to say that now I am Sarsanga Jalak for 15 years. I know a little about RSS. That's what he used to say. Then Sangha has been subjected to very bitter opposition, misinformation, mispropaganda, all these things have been going on against Sangha for the last 70 years. Now they are mostly ineffective, but a time was there when they used to impress the minds. Now it doesn't impress the minds, but the information is not there. Narratives people know. Propaganda people know. But what are the facts? They do not. And therefore it was decided that through such baitaks, such meetings, what Sangha is exactly should be conveyed. Now words cannot convey full meaning. The experience is the only way. But at least to experience a thing, we must be assured about it. It is not poison. विष की परीक्षा नहीं लेते. That much information I am going to give you. And I will start with what RSS is not. Then I will come to what RSS is. Sangha has not started as a reaction to any particular situation or as an opposition to a particular section or as a competition to anybody else. People say Sangha wants power. No, we don't want it. We don't want power, popularity, fame, nothing. It is thrust upon us. We don't go after it. That is not our objective. People say Sangha is anti-Muslim, anti-minority, anti-Christian. No. Sangha never opposes it. Sarvesham avirodhyana. That is the type of people. And a particular situation was there. And out of reaction we started this work. That is not. Sangha is a work which has come to fulfill everything that goes on for the betterment of our people and our country, our nation, our Rashtra. In Telugu, Rashtra is province, Pradesh, state. But when I say Rashtra, originally, Rashtra means whole of our nation. That nation is also a misnomer. I will come to that after. You see, after 1857 War of Independence, which we lost, people started thinking, why did we lose? We are in our country. Our numbers were overwhelming. We had such a rich tradition. We had kings. We had very brave soldiers. We had riches. Everything we had. But 8 times people from outside, handful of people, not in any way better than us, much lower than us, they came, they conquered us. This happened not once, 8 times. British were the 8th. Before Sikandar, it started. Alexander. Before him. Kushans, then Sikandar, then Shaka. All right. This went on. Then there came Islam. then British came. So what is the reason? So many people thought about that, and there were four conclusions. Four conclusions appealed to four different types of people, and four streams of work to rejuvenate our country started. First was, okay, once we lost, but again we have to fight. There is no other way. We have to defeat the armed might of British by armed struggle. That we call revolutionaries, Krantikara. After Subhash Babu's disappearance after 1945, that stream continued, and many brave hearts were born out of that streams, and we are inspired by them even today. But after independence, that stream was not necessary, and therefore duly it was taken back. Savarkarji lived up to 1968, 1965, 66, something. But he officially concluded his armed struggle effort in Pune, Abhinav Bharat. He said, now we are independent. This is not necessary. So Sangata was done. Then another set of people said no. It is not due to our might that we are defeated. We are defeated because our common people are not politically active. We have to go into politics. Through politics, we have to awaken the people, bring them to streets for independence, then we can defeat British. And that stream also, it did its job. It brought all common people for independence on streets. A lot of Jagaran was there, public awareness was there. And this, combined with all other ways to awaken our people, was creation of a popular might which defeated British, drove them out. But there were another set of people who said, okay, we have to fight with British, but first we have to be better than them. We are much inferior than them. We are plagued by so many rudis and paramparas which are not fitting to the times. We are selfish, we are divided. All these things first we have to improve. We have to remove these ills. So, reform. Reform movement is still going on. But unfortunately, the reformers became the island in the society. In a village near Nagpur, Ingrul Datta, there were 38 castes living in the village. A Mahatma came and started the caste eradication work before independence. Nowadays, those 39 castes, they are there intact. There is a 39th caste which doesn't agree with casteism. So reform could not produce that impact on the society, and therefore it is still going on and still in the same condition. And fourth was go to basics. Swami Dayananda Saraswati, Swami Vivekananda said, we have forgotten ourselves, what we are, what for we are. All these things we have to remember. We have to remove the ignorance from our people. We have to remove their poverty and enable them to understand this. That due to the awakening inside, outside awakening will follow. The founder of Sangha, Dr. Keshav Balram Hedgewar, born patriot, how we in some class 3rd or 4th primary school, there was the Centenary celebration of Victoria's route. And because we were slaves at British, it was celebrated here also in government schools particularly. And Keshav was studying in government school and he was given the sweets on that day. He threw them in the dustbin. So teachers asked him, you are not eating sweets. He said, this is not celebration for us. The people who enslaved us, their queen, How can this be? This is for us a day of condolence. And the sweets you are distributing is poison for us. That type of fiery individual he was since his childhood. He lost his parents on a single day. They were serving the patients of plague and contracted plague. And within the distance of 1 hour, both father and mother died. It was a lower middle class family. Treated by Vande Mataram, always. So police came and became active.
All schools were closed. They started investigating. For 4 months, investigation went on. They could not find who were the planners. So, ultimately a compromise was reached that every student should enter the class. On the entrance, the teacher will stand and will ask him, "You committed wrong, no?" He said yes. Or he should just nod. Then he will be allowed to join the class. With such nominal apology, schools were started, but there were 2 students who refused to offer this nominal apology also. One of them was Keshav. So in those times, Rashtriya schools were run by our patriots for such students. So he went in one of such schools, nearby Natham in Yavatmal. But that school was also by the British government.
Then he appeared privately and passed in first class in matriculation.
Seeing this spark in him, the leaders in Nagpur, they contributed some money and sent Dr. Riga to learn medicine to Kolkata, National Medical.
The main job was to
contact the Anushilan Committee, which was the coordination committee of Indian revolutionaries,
and to
and to
establish the
revolutionary work in these parts.
So
So duly he contacted that committee, he passed all the difficult tests of revolutionaries, and he became the core committee member of that Anushilan Committee, and was entrusted with the responsibility of organizing revolutionary work from Rajasthan to Andhra or Telangana. In this region, he used to bring the revolutionaries, establish them in different places, supply of arms, planning of actions, all these things he was in.
And
And
also
also
he
he
passed
passed
his
his
medical examination
final after 4 years in first class.
A job
The job was ready for him in Burma.
But
He told his principal, "I don't want to have that job."
He asked,
He asked, "How will you feed your family?"
"You
"You have no family.
I
I will not marry.
I
I have
taken
taken oath
that
that in this life I will worry only for my needs. My individual career, etc., etc., I have postponed them for next life."
And
Therefore, when he came back to Nagpur after passing the medical examination, registered medical practitioner he passed, but he never practiced. He told his uncle, who was his sole guardian, "I don't want to marry. I am doing this work. I will have to suffer. I don't want any partner in my sufferings." And therefore he continued with the public work. The revolutionary movement by that time, this wave failed due to many intrinsic lacks. But then there was Congress movement going on under the leadership of Lokmanya Tilak. The Asahyoga Andolan started. So in that He went from village to village, delivered speeches, and never can take part in that movement. So he was tried for sedition, Rajadroh. That sedition episode, he gave his defense. There were lawyers, but lawyers, as a condemnation of the attitude of British government, said we cannot fight this because you are partial. You are bent giving him some imprisonment. So we don't want to fight. As a condemnation of your attitude, we refuse ourselves. So Dr. Edgar said, all right, I will fight my own case. And he gave his defense speech. He started with the question, which international law permits the British people to come from so many miles here over the seas and rule Bharat? There is no such law. Independence is a fundamental right of everyone. That is the world accepted truth. So your government is illegal, your rule here is illegal, your courts, your magistrates, everything is illegal. I don't accept that. You cannot try me. So judge was sentenced him to 1 year rigorous imprisonment with the remark that the speeches for which he is being tried, the defense speech is more than those speeches. That type of person he was. And he worked in every one of those 4 streams. He had friends from all thought streams. And therefore he had discussions with the prominent leaders of his time, Lokmanya Tilak, Mahatma Gandhi ji, Savarkar, Subhash Babu ji, Madan Mohan Malviya, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Chandrasekhar Azad. And then he came to know that what I am experiencing, and after giving thought to it, what conclusion I have in mind, there is the same conclusion in everybody's mind. They used to think that, okay, we have taken up an issue and fighting for it, we will settle the issue for once. But what is the guarantee that it will not be repeated? British are the 8th. What is the guarantee that 9th will not come and will not conquer us? Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar voiced the same worry. While he delivered the constitution, he gave 2 speeches in our parliament. It was then, I think, Constitutional Committee. He said that no enemy of Bharat conquered Bharat due to his own strength. Our quarrels gave them chance to conquer us. And today, we are sitting here in the parliament in opposite camps and criticizing each other. All right, that is the way in democracy. But we have to take care that this fraternity thing is prevalent in the society. If that we don't do, Constitution will not protect you. This type of worry was in everyone's mind. But they were engaged in their own tasks. They had dedicated their lives for that. So Dr. Edgar said, if this is so important an work, which will fulfill all the things, then I will experiment and I will carry on with this work. Many people are paying attention to all other things. So for 8 to 10 years he experimented. How can this society all over Bharat can be united and can be uplifted in terms of qualities? Ekata or Gunavatta. We have to work for that. And then after that experimentation, he had quite a good friend circle, and the collegians and senior school students, they came with him because everybody else was engaged in other activities which were more famous. So with them he declared that from today, on the Vijayadashmi day of 1925, from today this Sangha which organizes the Hindu society has been started. Then everybody came and what are we to do now? declaration is over. What to do? He said, sit together and think. He did not reveal or he did not dictate. He collectively, he thought with everybody else, and whatever was the conclusion was enacted by them. For 14 years after Sangha was established, this process went on in Sangha. And on the basis of actual field experiences of the Karyakartas, a methodology was fixed, how to unite and qualify the society. That methodology is given the name Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. I am telling you this because many times people get confused because they see Sangha not through Sangha. They see Sangha through what Swayamsevaks do. So Vishwa Hindu Parishad is there, and by seeing Vishwa Hindu Parishad activities, they try to understand Sangha. Or by seeing Modi ji, Amit Shah ji or BJP, they try to understand Sangha. Or by seeing Vidyarthi Parishad, they try to understand Sangha. That is not the way. What these organizations are, there are Swayamsevaks in it. But not only Swayamsevaks, many other people are also there. Swayamsevaks, they have their influence. But these works have been created by Swayamsevaks, not by Sangha. They are independent, autonomous, separate. They have their own bodies, their own executives, their own treasury. They have their own setup, separate setup. They think independently. We do not remotely or directly control anybody. We cannot do it with our Swayamsevaks also, those who come to Shaka. Because to control anybody, you have to have some power. There is no power. Or if a Swayamsevak disobeys us, what can we do? We can do nothing. We don't have any power. Not legal power, not actual power of the chair, nothing. It is by our own volition we are working in Sangha. It is due to friendship and love. So there is no control. They are our Swayamsevaks. We come together, we talk together, we give advice to each other, and if any worthwhile work is to be done by anybody, not only Swayamsevak, not only these organizations, by any other organization, then we help them all according to our strength. So don't try to gauge Sangha through the lenses you use for studying these organizations. They are different. Sangha doesn't do anything else. To organize the whole society, to change their behavior, Samaja Parivartan. And Samaja Parivartan cannot happen without creating an atmosphere, because society doesn't think, doesn't follow, doesn't act on its own. Common people, they follow their icons, their peers, their role models. When I was in college, there was a Hindi picture, Coolie. You might have heard of it or you might not have. Amitabh Bachchan was acting there, and in that Coolie picture, Coolie means porter on the station or in the dock. So he wore the red shirt. Because he was icon of the young generation then, everybody stitched a red shirt for themselves. And everybody used to wear red shirt. Why are you wearing red shirt? Because Amitabh Bachchan is wearing red shirt. Why he is doing it, nobody knows. What is the benefit? Nobody knows. Just they follow blindly. Mahajano yena gata sapanta. Or yadyada charita shreshtha tatta deve tarojana. Sa yat pramanam kurute lokastadam. That is the nature of common people. So we have to create in every village and every part of the cities, every basti of the cities, a group of people who are selfless, dedicated, people believe in them, they are in live contact with the popular life, and they are working only for the betterment of people and country. That is what Sangathan means, creating a country-wide set of such iconic workers that we call Vyakti Nirmana, creating such individuals. So this creating the individuals is the only work RSS pays attention to and nothing else. When we complete this work, sufficient number in sufficient proportions all over the country, then we don't want to do any other work, because all other things will be taken care of the awakened society. Therefore, to see Sangha, you have to come to Sangha. You have to see it from inside, experience it. Sangha want to organize the society, whole of the Hindu society. Sangha doesn't want to have an influential organization within the society. We don't want to be a group, powerful group, majority group. No, we want to be entire society. And that entire society is Hindu society. Now, when we say Hindu, तुरंत काम खड़े हो जाते हैं. Why not Muslims? Why not Christians? First thing is, Hindu is the responsible society of Bharat, and Hindu is the traditional society of Bharat. Secondly, Hindu and Muslims and Christians and Yahudis and Parsis, etc. is a wrong set. In mathematics, you have set of similar things. Christians, Muslims, Jews, Parsis is a set. But the moment you add Hindu, the set becomes different. Because Hindu is not a particular religion. There is no Hindu religion, but there are Hindu religions. Hindu is not a noun. Hindu is an adjective. Hindu doesn't denote which god you worship or which food you eat, whether you are non-veg or veg. Hindu denotes that in spite of being what you are, you respect all others, accept all others. That has been the nature of Bharat, traditionally. Even in Upanishads, there are stories that a wise man was there, and other 5 wise men from all over the part, they came to ask him, which god should we worship? We are worshipping Prithvi. I am worshipping Agni. I am worshipping Jala. What god you worship? Then he says, you are worshipping Prithvi. That is why you are getting all the alms and you are very happy. You are worshipping Jala. That is why you are all these, to everybody he says, because you are worshipping your God, you are in good condition. So again they are confused. So which God should we worship? Then he smiles and says, see, what we worship is part of the whole. We must always remember, when we worship, we are worshipping a part that we can perceive. But there is a whole, and that whole matters, not your part. It is just a way to approach the whole. In Mahimna Stotra, Ruchinam Vaichitriat Ruju Kutila Nana Pathyutam, all these things are there. First time this word was used in literature, not in literature, in Upadesha by Guru Nanak Dev. In literature it was already there. Before that it was with the traders. Because other people told us you are Hindus. Our intellectuals, generally intellectuals, pick the foreign things rapidly. So it came to our literature. But when it came to popular talk, then Santa they pick from popular language, they always talk in people's language. When Babar aggression was there, in a particular place in Punjab, Guru Nanak Dev Ji was present, and he with his own eyes saw what happens when Babur invades. So he has described, a long description is there, Turkestan khasmana kiya, Hindustan डराया. Then ultimately he says, हिंदू महिलाओं का शील नहीं बचा, मुस्लिम महिलाओं की असमत नहीं बची. Because there were already converted Muslims when Babur came. 11 sultans were already over. Then the Mughals came. Now because Babur invaded everybody. He didn't saw Hindu Muslim. So Nanak Dev Ji described. Muslims, very categorized were, everybody knows. Those who worship only one God, Allah. Those who refer to only Quran and Hadith, and those who say that Paigambar was the last prophet, nobody after him. He was the supreme. Those only are Muslims. If in one you are lacking, you are not a Muslim. Another word he used, Hindu. But Hindus have nothing particular thing like this. There were Vaishnavas, Shakta, Shaiva, Ganapatya, Saura, Jaina, Bauddha, everybody was there. But instead of naming each one categorically, Guru Nanak Dev Ji summed them up in one term, Hindu, because the common thing was, and it is still a common thing, every thought that originates from Bharat, whether it is Nastik or Astik, whether it is material or spiritual, they are very keen to give their argument. They believe implicitly in what they say. They also live what they say, but they say other modes, other ways of living, they are also true. Eventually they will raise the same thing. All may not be equal. सभी धर्म श्रेष्ठ है, नहीं हमारा धर्म श्रेष्ठ है, लेकिन तुम्हारा धर्म तुम्हारे लिए है, वो भी कभी ना कभी वहीं जाएगा जहां हम जा रहे हैं. All will reach the same goal, and therefore don't quarrel taking the ways at the bone of contention. Live together, work together, stay together, progress together. That is dharma. Dharma is not religion. Hindu is dharma, and the Sanskriti on the basis of that. This has been the tradition in Bharat. That is why Hindustan is Hindu nation. Because this has originated from the realization that existence is one. That fact, its realization has been achieved by our ancestors, hoary ancestors. And we continue in that stream till now. Through all the upheavals of the history, we held fast to only one thing, this, our Dharma Samskriti. All other things we let go when time came. But we never let go of our Dharma Samskriti. Response
policy was tried, every party was tried, everything was tried. But still we are not that much progressive. Why? Because the key to progress doesn't lie in government or policies, vyavastha. It lies in the behavior of people, quality of people and their unity. That is why Sangha says that now that we are in certain position after 100 years, we want to network the Sajjana Shakti of our country. You are all included in that Sajjana Shakti. Those who may be affiliated to a party or individual or organization or not, who may be active publicly or not, but whatever they do, they are doing for the upliftment of our nation. They are doing it for the emancipation of our people. They are doing it honestly. They are doing it with dedication. This is Sajjan Shakti, and it is a huge Shakti. Whatever we see going wrong in our country, media depicts only wrongs, because that only becomes news. Doing right is never in news. Dogs bites my man is never in news. Man bites a dog. News. So media will never show how good things are happening. At least 40 times more good things are happening in our country. And that is due to this Sajjan Shakti. They should be networked. They should go in one direction. They should be together. They should not mix. If they want, they can mix also. But they can do their own work. But know that we are not alone. There are so many. And with the single aim of emancipation of our nation, they should work in one direction. That will create an atmosphere in which society will change its behavior. And therefore, to achieve this, we have to grow. After 100 years also, we are described now, I don't know whether it is true or not, that the largest non-governmental self-dependent organization of the world. Maybe we are, but we are not still sufficient for that. 142 crores. Those who call themselves Hindu, at least 100 crores. We have a membership of maximum 60-70 lakhs. We don't need 100 crores. But to achieve that proportion, we need at least 2 crores. A group of 10 or 12 villages, we call it mandal. There are about 60,000 mandals. We are in 40,000. About in cities and towns, 10,000 population is one basti. We have about 45,000 bastis. We are in 23,000. So we have to grow. Then this networking will come about, and society will be prepared by our shakhas to follow the Sajjan Shakti, not the Bollywood or politics heroes. Those who are Sajjan in them, okay, they will make the it will make do if we follow them. But there are few people. So following Sajjan Shakti, and then on the strength of the organization of the entire Hindu society, those who call themselves Hindu, if they get organized and they have strength and their life is better, then those who have forgotten, they will remember. And those who have selfish concern will also toe the same tune. That we know. Hindutva has become a forefront topic. So there are many people who used to abuse Hindu society, Hindu Dharma Sanskriti.
They now go to Manas Sarovar, have a dip and take a selfie and just make it viral. It happens. So this organization will grow, and then we have to also educate those who do not call themselves Hindus, but they are Hindus. Because they are aggressive, Hindu must be strong. He must be able to defend. Nobody should dare to look at Hindus with some evil intention. That should be the strength. But how Hindus use their strength? They are good people. Bad people use strength to दुर्बल को तकलीफ. विद्या विवादाय धनम मदाय शक्ति परेशान परपीडनाय खलस्य. That is how the khalas, dushtas, they do it like this. Sadho viparitam etat. Danaya, jnanaya, danaya cha rakshanaya. Utilize your vidya to spread knowledge. Utilize your money for dana. Earn much but give more. And then, if you have strength, you have to protect the weak. That is what Hindu society thinks. So a strong Hindu will always make others non-aggressive. Will always create in them a genuine fraternity with whole of the universe. Because we follow Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. To that goal, we have to take our country, and in Sangha's 100 years experience, this is the only way. And therefore there is an appeal, come to Sangha, have your training in Shaka, because speaking is all right, we agree intellectually, we agree mentally, but it is a matter of habit. Habit has to be changed. Last 2000 years, we started forgetting ourselves first, and it corrupted our habits. And we had Veda and we had Swartha. We quarreled amongst ourselves. Foreigners took advantage of that, and they started more quarrels and deepened other quarrels which were going on from before they came. And therefore, we have to change that habit. The Sangha methodology, that is called Shaka, it is such methodology, 1 hour daily. The exercise of mind, exercise of body, exercise of your intellect. Forget everything else, remember only your Matrubhumi and your brothers, Matrubhumi ki santan. Sing the glory of your motherland, sing the glory of your ancestors. Try to emulate them. And mingle with your own brothers. Don't ask their caste. Don't ask their religion. Don't ask their language or province. Don't ask how much money they earn. Whoever it is, son of Bharat Mata is my own brother. Daily mingle up with them, play with them in this holy land of Bharat Mata. Exercise together for the upliftment of our intellect, mind and body. Do it daily. It will change your habit. That is the methodology. Now we don't claim that only those who go to Shaka are like this. There are people who are outside Sangha. There are many institutions outside Sangha who are also working for the same goal in their own way, with their own methodology. So okay, if you want to work in Shaka, no, you cannot. Then if whatever inclination you have, whatever time you have, whatever taste you have, we have that type of work. Now, if you have a theme, we have a team. And if you have a theme, we have a team. If you have a team, we have a team. So there are so many works going on. There are so many organizations. There are so many gatividhis. Goraksha, Gram Vikas, etc., etc. So many institutions working for so many objects. Whatever time you have, whatever taste you have, we can give you some. You can work there. Or you can say, no, I have my own work, I am doing it very good, excellently, working for the nation, selflessly. I am also doing some service. Okay, then we will go together, help each other. Oh, I don't want any help. Okay, you work and we will clap. We will make you, keep you in contact. You keep us in contact. Because together we have to go. All the good forces, they have to be together. So many machinations against our country, society, dharma are going on. They are fighting together. They are backed by the societies, knowingly or unknowingly, willingly or unwillingly. They have created artificial constructs of their society so that everybody has to follow what leadership wants, and leadership wants domination, nothing else. They are all aggressive and their goal is domination. So in this situation, Hindu society has to go together. All Sajjan Shakti has to go together. So even if you do your own work excellently, honestly, without any selfish motive, without asking for a ticket in Chunav, okay, you are working for the country, even if you don't know RSS, we hold that you are our Swayamsevak. Vinobaji, Guruji went to set our second Satsang Golwalkar. He went to see him. So after seeing him, Vinobaji gave one remark. Guruji, I am Asabhya Sabhya of your Sangha. Now, Asabhya also means uncivilized, but he didn't mean that. Asabhya means who do not go to Sabha. So I do not come to Sangha, I do not attend your programs, I do not wear your ganvesh, but still I am what a Swayamsevak should be. So I am Asabhya Sabhya. That is what he said. So we recognize the presence of such Asabhya Sabhyas in our society. All those who are honestly, without any selfish motive, working for this country and bring excellence in their work, we say they are doing some work. Even if they say that no, we are not Swayamsevaks, we in our mind hold them as Swayamsevaks. The point is, you have to work. You have to provide answers. You have asked so many questions, which I am going to answer in next session. But really asking questions is not required. Providing answers is required. And there are different answers to different questions, but the root answer lies in one thing: man-making. Sangha is doing that job, and Sangha will continue to do this job till a particular proportion of such individuals happens here, because after that the atmosphere of our country will be entirely changed and society will come together and take the country forward on the path of dharma. That is what we demand in our prarthana. O God, Vijayatri Chanas Samhata Karya Shakti Vidhayasya Dharmasya Samrakshanam Param Vaibhum Nitumetat Swaratram Samartha Bhavatu Shishate Bhusham. With the organized might of the entire society protecting our dharma, we want to take this nation at the peak of its glory. For that, we are enabling ourselves. O God, give us that Ashirwad. That is what our prarthana is. And to this end, I ask you to join this activity in some way. Come inside, see, because there is no admission, nothing formal. You can come whenever you want, see us from inside, go out whenever you want. If you don't like, you can even oppose. That is up to you. Whatever you do should not be based on perception or propaganda. It should be based on the facts. So to see these facts, verify the facts which I have told you, you have to come inside, see us for 1 year, 2 years. And then when you say, okay, it is what he told us, you can work with us. If you say, no, I don't want this work, okay, you can go out and do your own thing. So with this, I conclude my speech. In next session, some questions are there, I will answer. And of course, in such functions, last I have to add something, which is very formal, not really required, but that is the custom. So, for say 20 minutes, I will speak again. Till that, we will have some respite for Anna, or okay.
అందరూ లేచి మన స్థలాల్లోనే నిలిచి ఉంటాము. పదకొండు 35 వరకు మనకు విశ్రాంతి బ్రేక్ ఉంటుంది. ఫస్ట్ ఫ్లోర్లో టీ స్నాక్స్ కూడా అక్కడ సర్వ్ చేయబడతాయి. అక్కడ ప్రదర్శిని ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ఉంటుంది. వాటిని తిలకించి 11:35కి మరి ప్రశ్నలు సమాధానాలకు సంబంధించిన సెషన్కి మనం ఇక్కడ అసెంబ్ల్ అవుతాం. మనం వెళ్ళిపోవచ్చు.
ఈ గేట్ లేదు
మనకి వెళ్ళొచ్చు.
బాల సంస్కార కేంద్రాల యొక్క సమ్మేళనమే బాలమేళ. మాతృఛాయ విజయవాడ నుంచి 20 కిలోమీటర్ల దూరంలో ఉన్న నూతక్క గ్రామంలో సుమారు 40 సంవత్సరాల పైగా నిర్వహించబడుతున్నటువంటి అనాథ శరణాలయం. మనం ఆ పేరుతో పిలువం. మాతృఛాయ, తల్లి ఒడి, అమ్మ నీడలో అనేక బ్యాచెస్ అక్కడి నుంచి చక్కటి విద్యను అభ్యసించి జీవితంలో స్థిరపడినటువంటి వందలాది మంది విద్యార్థులు ఉన్నారు. శారదా నిత్యాన్నదాన సేవా కేంద్రం, గుంటూరు. గవర్నమెంట్ హాస్పిటల్లో ప్రతిరోజు పేషెంట్స్కి వాళ్ళ సహాయకులకి భోజనాన్ని అందించేటువంటి అన్నదాన కార్యక్రమం ఇది. అలా గుంటూరు కేంద్రంగా మంచినీటిని అందించడం, ఉచిత మెడికల్ క్యాంప్స్ నిర్వహించడం, ఇవన్నీ కూడా సేవాభారతి ఆధ్వర్యంలో జరుగుతున్నాయి. జై భారత్ హాస్పిటల్ నెల్లూరు, 150 పడకల హాస్పిటల్ నెల్లూరులో జై భారత్ నిర్వహిస్తున్నది. అధునాతనమైనటువంటి అన్ని సౌకర్యాలు, కేవలం 30 రూపాయలే ఓపీ ఛార్జెస్ తీసుకుంటారు అక్కడ. గిరిజనులకు ఉచిత హాస్పిటల్ కూడా అందులోనే నిర్వహించబడుతున్నది. అదే నెల్లూరులో కొత్త హాస్పిటల్ కూడా నిర్మాణం జరుగుతున్నది. 24 డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్లో 250 బెడెడ్ సూపర్ స్పెషాలిటీ హాస్పిటల్ నిర్మాణం జరుగుతున్నది. నర్సింగ్ కళాశాల నెల్లూరులోని, ఇది విశాఖపట్నంలోని వివేకానంద డయాగ్నోస్టిక్ సెంటర్. తిరుపతిలో శ్రీమాత బాలికల ఆవాసం అంటే ఫ్రీ హాస్టల్. మహర్షి అరవింద శిష్యురాలైనటువంటి శ్రీమాత పేరుతో నిర్వహించబడుతుంది. పక్కనే సరస్వతి శిశు మందిర్, అక్కడి పిల్లలందరూ కూడా చదువుకుంటున్నారు. బాలికల కోసం ప్రత్యేకంగా నడుస్తున్నటువంటి ఆవాసం అది. అనంతపురంలో గ్రామీణ బాలుర కోసం ఒక ఆవాసం నిర్వహించబడుతున్నది. స్వామి దయానంద గురుకులం. మాధవ గురుకులం కదిరిలో నిర్వహించబడుతున్నటువంటి ఆవాసం ఇది. సేవాభారతి ఆధ్వర్యంలో జరుగుతున్న మరొక హాస్పిటల్ కర్నూలు. గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో ఉచిత క్యాన్సర్ పరీక్షలు కూడా నిర్వహిస్తుంటారు పెద్ద ఎత్తున, వేలాది మందికి. అన్నపూర్ణ విద్యాలయం, విద్యార్థి వసతి గృహం కర్నూలు. ఇది చెంచుల కోసం భక్త కన్నప్ప ఆవాసం, గోకవరం, కర్నూలు జిల్లా. పుల్లారెడ్డి గారి స్వగ్రామం దగ్గర నిర్వహించబడుతున్నది. శ్రీ సోమేపల్లి సోమయ్య వనవాసి వికాస కేంద్రం, భక్త కన్నప్ప ఆవాసం, గోకవరం. సంఘమిత్ర నంద్యాలలో నిర్వహించబడుతున్నటువంటి ఆవాసం ఇది. అన్ని ఆవాసాల్లో కూడా నిరుపేద గ్రామీణ విద్యార్థులకు ప్రోత్సాహంగా ఉచిత హాస్టల్ సౌకర్యం కల్పించి ఉన్నత విద్య వరకు కూడా వాళ్ళని చదివించేటువంటి ఇలాంటివి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో అనేక కార్యక్రమాలు జరుగుతున్నాయి. కేవలం 15 కార్యక్రమాలు ఎంపిక చేసి మనకు చూపించడం జరిగింది.
పరమ పూజనీయ సరసంగ చాలర్జీ ఇక్కడ కృష్ణమోహన్
ఈ సెషన్లో పరమ పూజనీయ సత్సంచాలజీ ద్వారా మన సందేహాలకు సమాధానాలను విందాం. సాధ్యమైనన్ని ఎక్కువ ప్రశ్నలకు అవకాశం వచ్చేలాగా మీరు అడిగిన ప్రశ్నల నుండి ఒకేలాగా ఉన్న విషయాలను కలిపి ఒక ప్రశ్నగా తయారు చేశాము. ఆ ప్రశ్నలు చదివి వినిపిస్తాను. ఇందాక చెప్పినట్లు ఆ ప్రశ్నలు ఎవరి ప్రశ్న ఆధారంగా తయారు చేశామనే విషయం కూడా చదువుతాను. అది విషయాల విషయాల వరుసలో చదువుతాను. ఆన్ ఎకానమీ మొదట. ఇన్ ద విజన్ ఆఫ్ పంచ పరివర్తన్, వాట్ ఈస్ యువర్ గైడెన్స్ on how we can build an ecosystem where Shram and Niyam, labor and rule, always carry more weight than Dhan, ensuring that integrity becomes a competitive advantage for an Indian businessman. This is a question by Ms. B. Shrita. Sir. That is the first question, sir.
तो श्रम प्रतिष्ठा और नियम पालन यानी प्रामाणिकता, ये हमारे परंपरा में तो नियम रहा ही है। तो उसका कुछ नया कुछ नहीं करना है, जो चलता है उसको जीवंत करना है। तो उदाहरण चाहिए जो बताता है, इंग्लिश में बोलना पड़ेगा। So those who preach, they have to practice first. Imparting information is very easy. There are books, there are people who can deliver speeches, lot of them, surplus of them. But those who practice, so example must be there, not ideals. Ideals are there already. So many great men. But ideals are like stars which we can never reach. We can plot our chart according to them. But when we plot our chart, we see the way which is very hard. Kantaka Kiran. And so common people, they worship great men, but they do not follow great men. That's why great men are ever present lighthouses for us. But to walk the way, they need a companion, a friend. So we have to create that friendship first. And whatever we tell them, we have to do it first. Then they will obey. That is the way. Night has many stars, but day has only one. Because the only star in the day has its own light. Moon doesn't have its own light. It takes thriving. That has made our Indian businessmen the only businessmen with integrity. Whole world believes Indian business world because they think these are straightforward fellows. They will not do underhand activities. And if they give the word, they keep the word. Once Mr. Gadkari, he went for a financial summit in Saudi. So he told me his experience. All the Middle East nation, their finance ministers, industry ministers came to see him without information, without pre-intimation, just informally, 9 o'clock in the night. And all told him that we want to have a deal with you and nobody else. Because we know they are cheats. Because you are from Bharat, you are not. So we want to have deal with you, but all those competitors
will quote their prices in their tenders. You have to quote lowest. Please do that so that we can have a good business with you. What he did, I don't know. But this is a message that even still, the Bharatiya Vyaparis, Bharatiya traders, businessmen, they have a particular standing, and that is entirely due to these our traditional values.
Next question. What role RSS can play in India's economic growth and to increase local employment through indigenous industries? Questions by M. Rajamohan Reddy and Shri Ashok.
Hey? Are they there?
Excuse me.
Unde work
Hey, don't know.
No.
Huh?
I just want to answer that question.
Answer?
Answer you leave it to sir, him, sir, please.
Sir, please, sir, I have time. I don't have time. 1:15 I have flight, please. I'll answer just few words and I'll leave.
Please, sir. This is a question.
Okay. Answer.
Mike.
Few words. Oh, just talk loudly. They will be able to.
సో తెలుగు ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారండి ఇక్కడ ఒకసారి చేయొద్దండి
అందరూ తెలుగు
తెలుగు అందరికి అర్థమవుతుంది కదా సో ఇక్కడ ఏం లేదు సార్ సింపుల్ లాజిక్ ఏంటంటే ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ ఏం చేయాలంటే మనము టైం వేస్ట్ చేయకుండా నాకు 1:15కి తిరుపతిలో క్లయింట్స్ వెయిట్ చేస్తున్నాను 1:15 ఇప్పుడు నేను ఫ్లైట్కి వెళ్తే చెప్పేస్తాను
Start your answer.
Just 2 minutes, sir. Just 1 minute only. I don't want to waste my time. So, the only thing we have to do is earn money, and by October 15, I'm gonna deliver. The accounts, whichever it is, RSS accounts, which is the bank account, I'm gonna deliver 100 crores amount to that by the time, and we'll create the solution slowly. As many IPS people are there, I'm very normal person. And I am a marketing person and sales person. I know how to sell, and I am creating almost 10,000 plus jobs and 50,000 plus men jobs, 10,000 plus like women jobs by October 15, 2026. Okay, this is my deal, and I don't have time, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Your good name, please.
Yogesh sir.
Yogesh.
Yogesh sir, Balan.
So he has told you his plan. For you have asked about RSS, that I am going to answer. So RSS cannot play any role in that. I told you RSS does only one work, and after that work we don't want to do anything else. But whatever you are asking should happen. Otherwise it will be an empty talk. So RSS policy is RSS does nothing and Swayamsevaks leave nothing. They do everything. So there are organizations like Laghu Udyog Bharati. Those are working in this field. And they have already started doing this work in the district places. They form a group. All the organizations wherein Swayamsevaks are working, who work in economic sector, they come together and they form a group with entrepreneurs, financiers, skill training trainers, and they make a survey of the district, which are the jobs, not jobs exactly, which are the skills which will provide employment directly in that district only. Nobody will have to go out. And then they start training those skills. So about that started working, and slowly they will grow. But it has started 2 years before, and one project in Pali, Rajasthan. So least educated labor class was there, and there was the problem of unemployment. So they started this kullad making, earthen cups. And somehow they had deal with the local traders and the railway authorities. And they are now making kullers and selling them. So now they told me that those who were unemployed, most of them have got this employment,
and they earn 30,000 rupees a month. So this type of work, the people working in economic, they are doing economic field, and local employment. That is how indigenous industries. There are so many. This is just a small example. But so many, for example, bamboo. Now, bamboo craft training has been initiated by the Swayamsevaks from Assam and from Vidarbha. And there are many now bamboo training centers. Officially also it has been accepted. And the government is also doing something. So training the people in bamboo craft, making the markets available for them. One such organization is Sahkar Bharati. They provide e-shops, desi only, and local products they collect and provide the market. So such type of activities have been going on by Swayamsevaks, wherein this economic growth is also helped and local employment is also increased, and the indigenous ways are being sought after because they require least investment and they are easy to acquire and there is easy trading for that.
Next topic is education. How can we impart education through mother tongue that consists of ethical teachings from our ancient texts through public institutions to inculcate multiple abilities among students like knowledge, skill, leadership and service, and to develop resilience, responsibility and moral clarity in them without sacrificing India's secular framework? This is the question, combining questions by C. Jyotirmayi, D.P. Swaroop, Geeta, K.V. Sivaramakrishna, Mukesh Sheshadri and Vijay Lakshmi.
So this secular framework thing you should not confuse. All these things, knowledge, skill, leadership, service to develop resilience, responsibility and moral clarity, ethical teachings from our ancient texts are the only things that will protect secular framework. Unless you do this, there is no secularism. Because the word secularism is a Western concept which is not related to Sarva Pantha Samadhar. There was a quarrel between king and pope. Who should lead the people? Who should be authority? Not leading, authorizing. And the conclusion was a treaty wherein pope will look after spiritual things and king will look after material things. So king will be secular and pope will always be religious. This is the reference about the word secular. It is so much superfluous because in our context, in our tradition, all the states, kings, etc., have been, barring a few, one or two exceptions, all while our tradition, from Chakravarti Mandata to the Bharatiya Republic existing now, ruler is always who he sees every citizen as equal, in spite of his religion, in spite of everything. So, why this is so? Because this is our tradition. You see, country was vivisected on the basis of religion. Separate country for Muslims and Hindus, separate country. Naturally, Pakistan became Islamic country. It broke into two on the basis of language, Bangla language, which is Bharatiya language, but predominantly Muslim country. So it also ultimately became the Islamic country. But in spite of this, our country adopted a constitution which gives freedom of religion. It doesn't say we are Hindu Rashtra. Our constitution, preamble,
it mentions all the things that are Hindu only. But they don't use the word Hindu right. Meaning that this is for everybody. How come that happened? In spite of all those gory days of partition. Because we are Hindus. So our traditional values is the only safeguard for secularism, socialism and democracy. How can we impart it? We have to impart it. How can we? There is no question of can or cannot. We can do, we don't do it. That is the problem. Through mother tongue. So we have to get our children into local mother tongue medium. We are competing for English medium. Then how can it happen? Actually, the best education system is Finland. There, up to 8th class, they don't teach foreign medium, in foreign medium. Compulsorily, Matrubhasha. Finland is a country with vast acres of land and very small population. They welcome all others from surrounding countries. And those who shift to that country as citizens, for their children, they arrange education in their own mother tongue. So much importance they give. And they are the best in education. Why don't we put our children in these Matrubhasha medium schools? We have to do it. We don't do it. That is why it happens. And when we teach our children in our Matrubhasha, whole emotional content of our tradition comes through that. Any Bharatiya Bhasha, every Bharatiya Bhasha carries that emotional content. All these things, they are there in our Bharatiya languages. Ancient texts, their translations, commentaries, all is there. We have to go to mother tongue. And then, with that knowledge comes all other skills, leadership techniques, etc., etc. They come. So Vivekananda was not trained in leadership technique, but he led the world. Where from that skill came? It came through that tradition. It came through the spiritual values. Modern management now has reversed their motto. You know that. First it was love the means and manage men. Totally material outlook. Now management teaches love the men and manage means. Men are important. This is spiritual approach. We have that in our blood, in our DNA. We just suppress that and we try to ape West. That is the problem. So in each house, at least inside the door of our house, we should be insistent that Swabhasha, Swabhusha, Swabhajan, Swabhojan and Swabhavan and Brahman. That is food, language, housekeeping, then worship and culinary arrangements, bhojan. They should be from our tradition. Once a while you go out and take dinner out, okay. Once a while it is all right. But regular should be घर में बनाया हुआ भोजन, sambar, rasam, all those things. Because they provide us the bhojan suited to our conditions. So this we can start in our family. And then we can tell our children. Then they will understand. And then this will be propagated. So I think we have to start from ourselves. There is no problem. We can impart education. And by imparting this education, we are guaranteeing protection of secularism.
How can we ensure that our students remain rooted in Indian values despite going abroad? Question by Pragati.
There are many examples. Almost all of our pre-independence leaders had been abroad. Yogi Arvinda, he was reared there. His father sent him. He should not be an Indian boy. He should become an English gentleman. That is why he was sent there. And he came back and became a yogi. Gandhiji, he went abroad, lived there, studied there. Savarkarji studied there. Subhash Babu, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. So what made them remain fast on our values? That is the Desha Bhakti. And Desh is not only the land. Jan, Jal, Jangal, Jameen, Janwar. Our land with its people, all biodiversity and all the ecodiversity. We love our country, we love its people, we love our traditions, we love our trees, our rivers, our mountains, everything. That type of intense Desha Bhakti, it made them remain fast on our values in spite of the foreign atmosphere. And my own experience is, there are so many Bharatiyas in so many countries. The younger generation, it faces the identity crisis. They are being asked, who are you? So we are Bharatiyas. So we should know what Bharatiya is. We should have that Bharatiya to inside us. Otherwise, there is no place for us. That they realize. If we become Sahib and go there, they said, oh, we are Sahib. You are raping us. Even a tribal who stands fast on his own tradition is respected. That our younger generation going abroad, or those people of Indian origin born and brought up there, they understand. And therefore, whenever they want to have some knowledge about their roots and traditions, they ask us, take us to Bharat. We want to go there, stay there, and there we can learn this. Because outside, it is a mere information or mere example. The atmosphere they get in Bharat. And therefore, intense Desha Bhakti, that we should inculcate in our children. Our land, our traditions, history, our people, our ecology, our biodiversity, everything. We should inform about them. They should know what trees you are growing in your courtyard. They should know, they should learn to count in mother language. All this Swa. This Swa is the product of the atmosphere of this country. And therefore, intense devotion to it is the only key. That we should inculcate. Then our people go out and they will come back. And though they will go out, that color they imbibe there, after coming here and taking first bath, they will wash it out.
Why is education sector is behind in India, and why our research and development is in wanting position? How to improve it, especially with respect to medical sector?
So, education sector is behind in India, but the paradox is, everywhere in the world, the leading people are Bharatiyas. Actually, some countries like England and America are run by Bharatiyas. So, I agree with you that we are behind in educational matters, especially the research and development is a wanting position. But in spite of that, we are still superior. So first remove this inferiority complex that we are being. We are not behind, but we have to go still further. Because if research stops, everything stops. And to have this, our approach to education is the most important thing. Education, the other day in Patna, I was talking to the educational institute owners and coaching class owners. And some gentleman stood up and told me that 3 trillion economy sector is education and we can take it to 4 trillion, we have to do this. I said, I don't agree with you that education is something of commercial value. What we are doing today, we are approaching education as an economic commodity which is to be sold at the profit. And as the days pass by, profit becomes more important, quality becomes less and less. That is why we don't bother about research. Whatever education is there today, that we have to manage profitably. Growing in the knowledge content of everything is something we are not concerned. We are educating people to become more jnani, to become more human. And education is a basic fundamental necessity of human life. Education is not for merely earning. To sustain life, education is not necessary. The cats and dogs, bullocks and buffaloes, they don't take education, but they live. And many times they live more tenaciously than human beings. Why human beings need to go to school and college? Not for acquiring the skills which will fill your tummy twice a day. That even if you are a Panthela owner, you can create property of 30 lakhs. I have got the examples in my list. I go through all over. That requires daring, that requires guts. If you have guts and you are uneducated, you will make your own empire and employ the educated. That can happen. Education is to increase the knowledge and increase the humanness, dharma. With this approach, and it is must for all, every human being born must get education. It is not related with how much fees he can pay. A minimum level of education is compulsory and is free. Like that, we have to approach the education. When we change the approach, everything follows. Then research will get the important. So we have to change this approach, and a little change in that direction is incorporated in the new education policy. Policy is all right, but how we implement it, that depends on the teachers and institution owners. So we have to see, make them aware of this spirit. With this spirit, if we employ that policy, then the research, etc., will get a new, fresh impetus. That is what I think.
That question is from Dr. J. Madhavi, K. Venkateshwarlu, and Dr. V. Vivek. Yeah. There is substantial influence of foreign negative narratives among Gen Z, Gen Alpha. What RSS is doing to engage them in the wisdom of indigenous narratives? When both the parents are working professionals, how to inculcate Hindutva ideologies among children? Question by Satya Praveed, K. Venkat Sivaramakrishna.
Most of these questions have been addressed before the other answers. One thing is example and dialogue. That is the man-to-man talk, heart-to-heart talk. So that we have to do. In Sangha, in Shaka, this happens. Those who come to Shaka, those whom we bring to Shaka, they are taught exactly all these things. Not exactly taught, They are exposed to all these things and they imbibe all these things. Even Gen Z. And now Gen Z will face this situation that world will ask them, you are from Bharat. What is Bharat? How much you are Bharat? You are Hindu. How much you are Hindu? What is there to show for Bharat or Hindu? We have to show for our Americanness, our Europeanness. We have something to show. What you have. And then Gen Z will turn near. So, parents in house, they should learn about our tradition, our kathas, Panchatantra, Hitopadesh, Ramayana, Mahabharata. We should have dialogue with our next generation. That has stopped. In the earlier days, even if mother and father both are earning, they go out. There was a grandmother or grandfather inside house who used to talk with the children. Children and grandfather will be one party and mother and father will be opposition party. Like that it was. So they had someone to rely to. Something from them they got to relate to. This process has stopped. So in our Kutumba Prabodhan Gatividhi or one of the 5 initiatives, Kutumba Prabodhan, we say weekly sit in your house, appointed time, everybody in the evening should come to house. You should sit together, have bhajan according to your own shraddha, then have the homemade bhojan, and then for 3-4 hours you just talk with each other. Everybody must be present and everybody should take part, even children. Therein you tell them what is your Kulariti, who are your Kula Purvajas, what are the highlights of their life, what is the teaching of their life, do we have them in our present household? Whatever is relevant, we should adopt it. Whatever is but good, we should keep it. Whatever is not and is inimical, we should drive it out. Just discuss, don't dictate. And when there is consensus, put that into practice. Second topic, what is our country, what is its tradition, Bharat kya hai, Purvaj kya hai, Bharat ki parampara kya hai, Bharat ka dharma, sanskruti, mulya kya hai. And is it there in our life today? What are the adverse influences? How to drive them out? What are the good things in our tradition? How to take them in? This we should discuss. And whenever there is consensus, just apply it to your own household, individuals and families. And third thing is, daily I earn for myself and my family. Daily I spend for myself and my family. Daily I spend time for myself and my family. Me and my family are there because my country is there. As good as it is respected, as good I will be respected. Respect to me and my thriving all depends on my country. So what do I do daily for my country? How much I spend time and money? Many things can be done. Everybody can do it. It is not such a difficult thing. In whatever time you have and whatever you do, nothing separately done thing, nothing like that. Just in that you have to do something for your country, for your society. Whenever consensus is reached, apply that. That type of Mangal Samvad should go on weekly in every household. And you can do it, even today you can start. No extra expenditure or time and money is required. But if you are living in that life only, this can be done. And this will improve the things a lot. So please try it.
on environment. How do we define development? Is it economic growth alone or growth that preserves nature? Question by K. Swati.
So growth of human beings, body, mind, intellect and Atma. 4 things. So growth of a human being means growth of all these 4. Growth of body means growth of every part of body. If only stomach grows, that is not growth, that is imbalance. So, when we say growth, it is not only economic, it is spiritual, intellectual and ethical. All these go together. If one factor is lacking, all else is destroyed as time passes. And then there is difference between animal and man. Animals do not think, men do think. So, ahara, nidra, bhaya, maithunancha, samanyam etat, pashubhir narana. To take birth, to grow, to increase our population, and one day die. That is common with man and animals. But animals don't know why they got birth. They don't know when and how and for what they will die. So they live up to they die. And when they live, they are hungry, so they eat. Natural instinct of survival makes them increase the population. All these things happen automatically. And one day it stops after death. But man has got thinking. Cognitive ability is there. So man thinks. So amassing wealth can be all right for an animal. But man cannot amass wealth like that unless he falls from his pedestal and becomes an animal. You can try one experiment. Keep a hungry man before you while you are taking your meal. Keep him standing before you. Let him beg. Can you eat without giving him? You try, you cannot do it. You will either howl him away or scold him and kick him out, or give him something and say bye-bye, or at least you can turn back and without seeing him you can take your meal. You try this. You cannot take your meal when a hungry person is begging before you for that meal. You have to give something. Why? Because we are not animals. We are human beings. And therefore, we say, Nidra bhayamaithun samanya metat pashubhir narana. Samanya, common. Dharmo hi tesham adhiko virodha. Vishesha. Dharme vihina pashubhis samana. Dharma is the speciality of human being. Dharma is not, again, religion. Worship and it is. Dharma is what sustains the world. The discipline by which the nature grows and nature thrives. That is Dharma. It includes Paryavaran also. It includes human beings. Not only that, everything has been created by nature or by God, as your faith tells you. Everything, since it was created, it goes by the rule of Dharma. Dharma dharma ityahu, dharmo dharayate praja. So when Dharma grows, it is the real development. For instance, ponder upon this. Shibi Raja was there and a dove came flying, very frightened because a hawk was chasing. And he asked for shelter. So Shibiraja hid him in area, and the hawk came and he asked Shibiraja, there was a dove here, I want to eat it. Shibiraja said, I will not let you eat. He is now in my protection and I have a dharma. Now that hawk says you are citing dharma, it is the dharma that I should dose. That is what nature has given me. Otherwise I will die. To protect our own life is our dharma also. So how can you cite dharma when you are damaging my dharma? Dharma is not like that. Dharma is everywhere the same. And everywhere it brings happiness. Nowhere it should bring sadness. Now Shibiraja says, yes. See, if there is only rule of law, Shibiraja will say either that you cannot eat him, I am protecting him. If you try to, I will kill you. Or Shibiraja will say, whatever happens to do, let it happen. I am not interfering. Or Shibiraja will say, you wait here, I will give you the dough. This is the rule of law. There is no solution. Dharma says, Shibiraja says, you are right. You should fill your tummy with the meat, but it is not that you can eat only does. You can eat meat. That is what nature has dictated. So you take my meat instead of that. Half a kilo is weight of that dough, half a kilo of my meat. I will give you. That is how man should think and man should act. This is real education. This is real development. So this development has to be there. An approach to life, it has to change. And the economic growth, which helps all these growths. For economic growth should not damage Paryavaran. Economic growth should not damage humanness of human beings. All things have to be considered. Then only it is a real development.
On global effects, how RSS is countering the deep state and wokeism narratives. What RSS is doing to influence public policy from local to international level. Question by Satya Praveen.
So what is deep state? Is it interference in the independence of other nations or even their own nations? They want to concentrate all power in their hands, and therefore behind the curtains they drive the things to their own interest. They don't care for the public interest. क्या हो रहा है बीच बीच में? So, state and wokeism is extreme individualism. So you don't consider that others are dependent on me, or I have to remain in a society. I have to observe certain discipline. Okay, my nature is there. My likes, dislikes are there, but I have to keep them in certain maryada, certain discipline. I have to have sanyam. I need to eat 5 rotis daily. But okay, in my family, we are 3 and everybody is not getting it. So out of 5, at least I give 1 roti each to my parents if we are 3. So my need is 5 rotis, but I curtail it for others. This type of discipline I have to observe. This is not there in extreme individualism. In our tradition, individual is not a unit of society. Family is the unit of society. And the family is responsible for at least their village or their city, town. It goes on. Town for district, district for state, state for nation, nation for humanity, and humanity for society. there is no place for individualism. Individuals are there, they are respected. Individuality is respected. But individuality is for family. Family also is not for family's sake, it is for the village. So we start with ourselves and we go on progressing to be the whole creation. And man who is Ekarup with that creation is respected most. Those who have realized souls, they have the sensitivity of whole universe. So they may be uneducated and without any money, but even richest persons, they have Saštang Namaskar stood. So this is our concept, experience and understanding. This should be transferred to next generation. Because all these things, Wokism, etc., they have failed. They have corrupted the society. In spite of progress of science and immense wealth, there is an extreme sorrowful state of society and individuals in those nations. That we know. And therefore, how to expose the डाउन हो गया. So we have to expose this hollowness of all these concepts. But rather than their exposure, we have to inculcate our values in next generation. Again, by example, what we teach them, do we teach them that learn so that you can earn? That is the wrong way. Learning is not for earning. Learning is regarding being human, being a good citizen, being a responsible individual. So what we tell our children, have a good job, earn more, go to foreign country. This is not human, sir. We should tell them earn a lot by both hands. Lekin bato, earn and distribute. You alone earn and give everybody everything. Dvau haste सहस्र हस्ते भी किरो, दो हस्ते समा कर सहस्र हस्ते भी किरो. दो हाथों से कमाओ, हजार हाथों से बांटो. Your status is not dependent of your earning, on your earning. It is dependent on your giving and learning. ये concept लाना पड़ेगा, हमको ऐसा जीना पड़ेगा. And we have to inculcate in next generation these values. How that has been talked about. ठीक है.
How to promote RSS among NRIs? How the current global issues like FTA with EU can affect Make in India concept? Question by R. Kanaka Rao, Saudin Reddy.
If we are careful, this FTA with EU need not affect Make in India concept. Actually, it will help it. But we have to be careful. FTA is the necessary thing in this situation. You see, world cannot be run by hegemony of one country. So everywhere today Mr. Trump has announced, or American administration has announced, that Venezuela should work for American interest, and we will see that it does by force. What is this? So we have to find other ways. If America doesn't want to come to us, we don't need America. We have other allies, Europe. This is the temporary necessity of the international affairs. This go on changing. But all the while, if you are conscious, so whatever you do should benefit our country. Whatever you do, you deal with other countries, you can have their technologies. If you are careful, you can do that. So it will help actually the Make in India process. But sufficient resolve and sufficient tact, that has to be used. And it is the work of the people in place. Promoting RSS is not necessary. NRI. RSS works in Bharat. Only in Bharat. But these values, they have to be inculcated in every Hindu all around the world. So, Sangha Swayamsevaks, they work in 79 countries under the name of Hindu Swayamsevak Sangha. And they are doing all these things in those countries. So recently there was a shibir in Hyderabad wherein the workers of Hindu Swayamsevak Sangha world over, they came together. If you were present there, you could understand. Otherwise, next year there is World Hindu Congress in Mumbai. So Hindus all over the world now come together. They think about the welfare of Hindus, welfare of the world, welfare of Bharat, as well as their meaningful contribution to the country of their residence. They do that, and it is growing. That you can see in World Hindu Congress in Mumbai. So this is being underway.
How we are shielding ourselves against the animosity of our neighbors and the meddling of USA, China in their affairs? Question by Sutapalli Shravan.
We have to be strong. You see, meddling of China, etc., it is their habit, their nature. China, when becomes strong, becomes imperialist. And America thinks only of itself. So, to be protected from all these precocious tendencies, carnivorous tendencies, we have to be strong in every aspect. In our economy, in our military might, in our ethical power, so soft power, hard power, all those things, we must be strong in that. That is the only way, and I think our people are engaged in it. They are fending these predators away as far as they can do. And in the meanwhile, they are trying to take country step by step ahead so that tomorrow we will dictate and they will have to follow. Not that we are going to dictate the world. For our defense, we will have to be strong, that strong. And और क्या पूछा है? हो गया.
Next topic, Hindutva, religion and caste. How to create centralized management of temple control? Question by Shri Abhinava Shankarananda Swamiji.
You see, our country is diverse. Therefore, no centralized system works. It has to be decentralized. Whether it is Rajya or whether it is Dharma. It was always so. There was central control. But the decentralized apparatuses were autonomous. And the center used to regulate only. In turn, all the respect was given to the center and advice was taken from it. And accordingly, the management was very perfect. That was the structure in olden days also. So, certain of our dharmacharyas, they are trying
to have a committee of well-meaning citizens and dharmacharyas in all India level. They will give the guidelines. There will be similar state committees who will convert those guidelines into practical instructions. And there will be district committees who will see to the execution of those guidelines and those instructions. And local committees will implement them. If there is any dispute, again there will be a committee or say tribunal of dharmacharyas and well-meaning citizens, wherein those will be solved. So the decision doesn't come, then the ultimate authority will be Supreme Court. But it will be an exception if we have to go that far. But there should be one such. So this is the idea they are working for. I think if this type of thing, of course, because there are so many deities and paramparas are different and every mandir has its own karma kand, all these things, they have to be given some place, they have to be given respect. So this decentralized apparatus will do. It doesn't mean that there is no central control, but control is a harsh word. It is central guidance is there. And according to central guidance, everything behaves. That type of model, certain dharmacharyas are working for. I think if that comes into realization, it will work.
How to implement Hindutva principles to promote a caste neutral society? Question by Maruti Sharma, L. Manohar and Ashok.
To propagate Hindutva principles means caste neutral society. Because Hindutva says, Sarvam Khaluidam Brahmam. So Shankaracharya asked a Chandal to get aside, give way. And he put his question, whom you are asking to get away? You daily preach, Sarvam Khaluidam Brahmam. And that Brahma doesn't go anywhere. If I am also Brahma, I cannot go anywhere. And if you are asking my body to be taken away, that is mithya for you. That you daily preach. So whom you are asking to move away? Then Shankaracharya realized that the principle in practical has to be brought out. He offered this Ashtanga Namaskara to Chandala. And it is said that Chandala was Lord Shiva himself. But the thing is, we have got very lofty principles and true principles. We have the truth of the world. But we don't apply it to ourselves. We don't behave in that way. Whole the parampara of Santas is asking us not to be caste conscious. Be caste neutral. That is what they are doing. We are not hearing. At least 3,000 years. That is the Upadesh. So we have to practice what we preach. And for that, again, action. Whatever your periphery, wherein you go, you mingle around, you know people, people know you. Your circle of influence is there, area-wise, geographical area. So as many kinds of Hindus live there, we see Hindus at one, homogeneous one society. But people see various castes, languages, etc., etc. As many types people think in Hindu Samaj, in that area, you must have one friend among each category. And one family, one friend family for your family in each category. So, coming together, having tea, coming for bhojan, खाना पीना उठना बैठना दोस्तों का जैसे चलता है वैसे आपका उनका और आपके परिवार का उन परिवारों का ये होना चाहिए. Start with this. Then whenever such mindset increases, becomes influential,
by appealing to people, मंदिर पानी स्मशान सब हिंदुओं के लिए एक, that is the next. So start doing it today. प्रैक्टिस शुरू करने से हिंदू वैल्यूज के आधार पर कास्ट न्यूट्रल सोसाइटी का निर्माण तभी होता है. नहीं तो कास्ट न्यूट्रल सोसाइटी निर्माण नहीं होती, इसलिए हिंदुइज्म छोड़ दिया, यानी हिंदू शब्द से अलग हो गए, लेकिन कास्ट न्यूट्रलिटी नहीं आई, उसमें चल रहा है. क्यों? क्योंकि इट इज नॉट क्वेश्चन ऑफ प्रिंसिपल. प्रिंसिपल इज ऑल राइट, इट इज ट्रू. It is the question of practice, and we have to practice starting from this small thing. You have friends everywhere, you have friends, families of your family everywhere. Then other steps will follow.
How to promote cultural unity among Hindus without creating fear and exclusion among other religious communities? Question by Vijayalakshmi from Tirupati.
Why do you worry about the fear of other religious communities? To be an organized society, to be unified society, is the normal healthy state of every society. And nobody need be afraid of that. If you are taking exercise, I hope you are taking exercise daily to preserve your health. So while you are taking exercise, walking or running or going to gym or running that cycle which never goes ahead, if you are doing that and somebody comes and asks you whom you intend to beat, you are building your body, to beat whom? This is meaningless question भाई. हेल्दी रहना नॉर्मल स्टेट है. हम हेल्दी है, हम किसी को पीटने के लिए हेल्दी नहीं है. So why should anybody be afraid? It is their nature. When they become strong, they become aggressive. That is why they are afraid. So you need not worry about them. You be strong, and out of their fear, if they dare to raise hand in your opposition, they should get a lesson so that their aggressive tendency should lessen. So you need not think about others. It is our right, it is our healthy state, we have to achieve it. Just go on doing it. Everything will be all right in the end.
How to counter demographic changes? Concentrations of anti-Hindu elements in certain geographic pockets causing nuisance.
Demographic imbalance, rather, is the product of three things. Priority-wise, first major reason is conversion. So conversions should be stopped, reconversions should come into effect. That work is being done by Swayamsevaks also and so many others, including Arya Samaj, etc., etc. We should help. In our own home, everybody should be well informed in the glory of our dharma, our Sanskriti. And whatever Kula Parampara of religion we are, whether we are Vaishnavas, Shaktas, घर की पूजा पाती, that is why I said, अपने घर में अपना भजन. So, what are the good points of our religions? If there is any bad point, what is our answer for it? People should be 10-year-old Muslim or Christian boy knows this about Islam and Christianity. Why do not our children can know it? We have to inform them. So, if there are attempts of conversion on them, they will resist. And they will resist with knowledge, with confidence. So that we have to, and for that we have to be also well studied in our lore, in our tradition. Then only we can teach. So we have to do that. Then second is infiltration. The infiltration Now, to prevent it and to drive out the infiltrators is the job of government and administration. And they are at it, they have started now. Late, but okay, right, they have started it. We have one duty, we can detect. Delete, deport is job of administration and government. We can detect. And when we know that this person is from outside, we can inform the appropriate agencies like police, etc., that this fellow is not our citizen. Whether he is inside with permission or not, please confirm. And watching. And we can take care that the infiltrators should not get any work here, jobs. They work cheap and they work harder because they have to compete with local people. And therefore, our preference is always with them. That should be stopped. Rozgar nahi dena. Half of the crowd will go back. ये दो बातें, these two things we can do. And third reason is the birth rate. Everybody's birth rate is on decline. Even Muslims' birth rate is declining, it is more than Hindus. I mean, uska kya karenge? You should not ask about this to me because I am a pracharak, I am not married. But science, doctors tell me that marriage 19 to 25 इस एज में मैरिज होना और 3 संतान होना, तो हेल्थ ऑफ पेरेंट्स एंड हेल्थ ऑफ ऑफस्प्रिंग्स, दिस टेक्स केयर ऑफ इट. एक बात साइकोलॉजिस्ट मुझे कहते हैं कि 3 सिबलिंग्स होने से they learn to manage their egos and therefore their own family life will be without accident. Otherwise there is divorce and all these things. Then demography scientists, they tell us that below 3 is danger and below 2.1 is destruction, oblivion. And national population policy says 2.1. Now in mathematics, 0.1 is rounding up, it becomes 2. But in actual this population matter, it cannot be done so. 0.1 बच्चा नहीं होगा ना, होगा तो पूरा होगा. So 2.1 is more than 2, that is 3. So these 4 authorities, they are unanimous on the number of 3. तो इससे नीचे मत आने दो, बस इतना ही मैं कह सकता हूँ. और ये कोई जनरल आंसर नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि दिस इज द क्वेश्चन ऑफ सोसाइटी एज वेल एज फैमिली एज वेल एज 2 individuals. So we have to have some golden mean and plan. Planning is necessary. Family planning is not preventing children. Family planning is planning this in the light of all this. और देश का भी प्लानिंग ऐसा होना चाहिए. After 50 years, what will happen? We have got demographic dividend now. So 57% young men. After 30 years, those 57% will be old men. So we have to feed them. How many heads will be required? How many people can our country sustain in those times? What will the requirement of infrastructure, education, health? What will be condition of our women? How much enlightened they will be, how much empowered they will be. All these things have to be considered and a population policy has to be formed. And then people are required to be educated. And this is the interest of your family as well as you too, as well as the country. So this is the number. minimum, maximum. And after educating them, then that policy has to be imposed equally on everybody. कोई सबब नहीं, बन गया सबके लिए लागू. And you have to start where problem is more. जहाँ गड़बड़ ज़्यादा है वहाँ से शुरू. ऐसा हमारा विचार है पॉपुलेशन पॉलिसी के बारे में और पॉपुलेशन के बारे में.
What are the views of RS?
Socially, a long tradition of such discrimination was there. And to give relief from that, to bring everybody on the same line, reservations were given. So Sangha says that we support every reservation given by the Constitution. Reservations should be in place till discriminations are removed completely. And those who were discriminated against, they should feel that now discrimination is over, reservation is not necessary. Now can that happen? Can an individual say, I don't want? It seems impossible today, but it has started happening. Certain individuals who have achieved much through reservations for themselves, they have now been denying. We don't want reservation. Actually, I know a doctor who met me in such a gathering, and he was asked to speak for his caste, which is Matan Gagir, kya Mala kehte, Madgi kehte. So he is representing Madhya society. He will now speak. That was said. And he stood up and he said, "No, I don't represent Madhya society. I represent Hindu society. Because I became a doctor, now I am a well-known doctor, I am earning much. I am completely out of my predicament, my family, etc. Because I was helped by the person of every caste. So I don't want to keep that difference even after I am so much." So that type of mentality is now taking shape. So it will happen one day. What is required is a little love and little respect. Because again, rule of law cannot solve this question. Discrimination is there, it is traditional, reservation is a tradition. It should go away when discrimination goes away. But in the meanwhile, those who have to remain back due to reservation, they have not done anything. Their ancestors have done something. So they ask, what we have done? Why should we suffer? Well, logically there is no answer, and legal answer is also not there. Only answer is this is the law. These questions cannot be sorted through legalities. Only Sadbhavana is the answer. Part of my society is lagging behind. Okay, I will have to stop, I will have to bend low. Let them come up. I will wait. Unless there is Sadbhavana, there is no answer for this. Sangha is advocate of that Sadbhavana. Sir, and Criminal etc. those suggestions even Sangha has put to this society, and Supreme Court also have upheld the recent judgment which created much trouble, much repulse. That also said categorization, etc. All these measures are necessary so that whatever the measures are taken, they should be meaningful and they should help those who are needy. That type of improvement is a must.
How to counter the supply chain hiccups caused by businessmen wholesalers from other religions? Question by K. Maheshwaracharya.
Everywhere our people should be there. There are many trades now which have been left empty, and people from other Actually for Hindus there is no other. But they behave like other. Oh, they are replacing us. And then they can cause these hiccups. So, Shrama Pratishtha, etc. You asked the first question I think was that. That has to be there. Why are we leaving all these trades? Because we don't respect a man who works with his hands. He is making black on white somewhere, sitting in a chair all day and earning 1,000 rupees or 10,000 or 7 lakh rupees. He is respected. But that 1 lakh rupees he is not going to eat. They cannot satisfy his hunger. The man who grows 1 lakh rupees worth of food is not respected. The cash owner is respected. But producer is not respected. Because there is no respect for labor. When that comes, Hindus will again go in these various trades because jobs are always never more than 30% of the requirement in any society. 70% it has to be working by hand, skill, self-burners, this type. So, we have to create that respect, Shrama Pratishtha. And we have to see that in every trade we have Hindus. So that the hitches or hiccups created by others cannot affect us.
Next up is lifestyle, women and youth. How to control social media addiction? Question by VP Shwarup, Kesineni Venkateshwarlu.
Start from oneself. You have your mobile in your pockets. Make a habit to create mobile parking for everyone. Because actually mothers, when the child starts weeping, they give mobile. Okay. That is how we are inculcating the mobile culture. So we have to observe that screen time define करो. अपने घर में ये screen time है. आप भी उसका पालन करो, बच्चा भी करे. What is to be seen on screen? उसका रेगुलेशन करो पहले से. समझा बुझा के बचपन से करते हैं, तो समझते हैं बच्चे. आप भी एक जगह पूछा मुझे कि भद्दे एडवर्टाइजमेंट, some very pervert advertisements come, and children are seeing. What should we do? So close the TV. But they do not because they are seeing those. Parents are seeing some episode or some serial and the advertisement comes. They don't want to shut the TV. So children, they have to see and then they get used to see them and they start seeing them. So actually the solution lies with us only. We should resolve and we should do it. So there are households I have gone to where there is such discipline in place. So people have mobile, children also see some cartoons, etc. But they are disciplined. They don't see unwanted things. They don't get addicted to that. Time is limited, only that time.
How do women contribute to nation building through RSS? Question by VVS Ramya.
That RSS through which women contribute to national life is called as Rashtra Sevika Samiti. It is a separate organization working on the same lines, exactly same lines, with the same methodology and same thought. It was decided that it should work. This man-making work should be done by them in women folk and by Sangha in men folk. But whatever Swayamsevaks do for the benefit of the society, male, female, they do it together. And even in Sangha work, unless there is support from the family, our Karyakartas cannot work. So actually, women folk work as guardians for Sangha Karyakartas. So I am a Pracharak. I left my home. I don't earn a pie. Unless someone feeds me, I cannot take my meal. All this is taken care of by women folk. Not only this, in times of emergency, they provide shelter. They collect money to look after the homes affected by emergency type situations. They are also actively working, but their appearance is in Rashtra Sevaka Samiti. In Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangha, on the ground you will find only men. But in all other works for our society, men and women work together. So every organization, every Gatividhi, even our Samparka Tolis, Samparka teams, they have women members. So they contribute equally, sometimes they contribute more than men folk.
Next is about politics. What RSS is doing to bring honest youth into politics? Question by Bandaru Chandrasekhar.
So actually nothing, because RSS doesn't work in politics. But we create honest men, some of whom eventually go to politics. We don't ask them to go to politics, etc., etc. That is their choice. But we create men who try their best and maximum to remain honest in whatever situations they are in. Why I said try? Because human beings, failure may happen. Exceptions are always there. So we don't claim any tall claims. But we reasonably prepare youth to do honest duty toward their country through every walk of life. That we do. Rest is dependent on their, if they go to politics, their party and themselves.
Next topic is national security. How should Hindus respond when there is an attack on them? Question by G. Vijay Krishna.
Reciprocally. This is not a question to be asked. If someone attacks you, you have to repel him back. So, whenever such things occur, first we say, "Arey bhai, jhagda mat karo." He doesn't listen. Then we repel his attacks. Still he doesn't listen, then we attack. So, unless this aggression is quieted, we don't stop. That is the only way. As Hindus, when there is attack on Hindus, we should work together. In the same way, first we should try, then, no, मारोगे तो हम रोकेंगे, हम नहीं, हमारा खराब नहीं होने देंगे. और मारना बंद नहीं करोगे तो तुम मार खाओगे. Together, Hindus should fight together. ये होगा तो कुछ करना होगा नहीं. Once people realize that now Hindus don't get beaten, they will offer beating if we don't listen. Then all those such miscreants, they fall quiet. Reasonable people, by reasonable logic, they can be satisfied. But those who are gundas and those who don't know any other language, we have to talk to them in their language so that they can understand.
Next is on RSS organization. No one is coming to Shakha these days. Is there any other way to promote the Shakha to be conducted on daily basis? Further, how to increase RSS activity in Andhra Pradesh specifically? Question by Maruti Sharma, Rachuri Kanaka Rao.
So regarding Andhra Pradesh, you can meet our Adhikari, our Sanghachalak is sitting here. So regarding Andhra Pradesh, you can ask him. Most probably he will tell you, give more time. So that is the question of arrangements in Andhra Pradesh. But you say nobody is coming to Shakha these days, I disagree. So many people come to Shakha. our numbers have increased. Daily regular swayamsevaks, their number have increased. That is true that you don't find Shakha going people in the places you were habituated to see them, or at the time you were habituated to see them. Times have changed, places have changed. Once upon a time there were so many courtyards and grounds wherein these shakhas used to be. Now they are not there. So in Mumbai, I saw a shakha on bus stand. Local, that Mumbai West, unka stand hai. First bus comes at 7, their shakha is from 5:30 to 6:30. There is no other place on this space. They come there, some 15-20 people, and they are having shakha. So in earlier days, shakhas were fewer, and shakhas were full. Now shakhas have multiplied, but the number is reduced because tuitions, classes regarding Science Shakha, then household duties, all these things. People have got less time now. But when there is an occasion or when there is respite, for example, summer holidays, you will find full shakhas. So that depends on the samparka. Shakha has got two aspects. One is our program, and another is rest of the 23 hours contact. Door-to-door contact, man-to-man, door-to-door approach, man-to-man contact, heart-to-heart talk. That is another aspect of Shakha. So that aspect has not been lessened, and therefore whenever one gets time in holidays or in something, he comes to Shakha. And still, nobody comes to Shakha is not true. Now, many numbers come to Shakha, numbers have increased. But the places and timings have changed. Age group has changed. Those who were young at that time, they are now become old. And young men, they come to Science Shakhas, but their number is decreased because of all of the classes, institutions, etc. But there also, when there is holiday, they will come to Shakha. You will see full shakhas in holidays. That is what I see during my... your local association might be different, but you can consult with your adhikaris for that. Okay.
Other questions. What shall be the role of government in fixing corruption among civil society and its employees in particular? How can the commercialization of education can be fixed by the government society? Question by C.H. Adinarayana.
You see, government role is limited. Government cannot change attitude. And corruption is a matter mostly of attitude. See, fear doesn't work here. Because fear doesn't work for long. There is a very strict rule and very strict vigilance. People will just remain behind for some time. Once they are used to it, they will brazenly go and have corruption. Corruption is lack of samskar. We are not afraid to lie. We are not afraid to do untoward things. In the yen for money. That is corruption. Some 100 years before, our family is fourth generation lawyers now. So 100 years before my grandfather, he told us of a case. European magistrates at courts had come recently. So nobody was familiar with the rules. So a person came crying, Sida court mein aage, magistrate, sir, I have lost my 10,000 rupees to a friend. I lent him, he is now denying. He is not. That European magistrate was to his heart, his agony, and he said, okay, call him. He was called. Have you taken 10,000 rupees from me? No, sir. But he is saying that. I don't know why he is saying that. He is my friend. But I have not taken any money from him. Then magistrate told the peon to bring a cow. The roaming cow was caught and brought to court. And then magistrate asked him, Gai ki pooch pakdo. Take her tail in hand and say that I have not taken money. He took the tail in hand and paused for 1 minute and said, sorry sir, I have taken the money, I will return it after 3 months. Now that was the state of affairs. People were afraid to do pap. That fear has gone now. Unless that control, that type of approach to life comes, corruption cannot be controlled. Government can help, strict laws, strict procedure, exposure of those miscreants, giving them harsh sentences. This all can be done by the government. But that cannot stop the corruption. Corruption is a mentality, and Samskar will stop that. There are still very much examples, many examples. Those in the face of such attractions and such profits, they have denied to have any corruption. Khaunga nahi, khane dunga nahi. If even I lose something, okay, but I will not deflect from this. Such individuals are there. Everybody has to have that reward. That is all. Then no corruption can be controlled. And commercialization of education can be fixed by the government or society. Society can pay attention to the government schools local. They are in dilapidated country. So poor people don't get education. Because in commercial institution, they cannot go and spend. And where they can go, there is no education. So can we locally form a group which will pay attention to the local primary school, local middle school, higher secondary school, talk with the local residents, talk with the teachers, and form a group which will help to rejuvenate the schools. That has been done in some places. That can be done. The rules do not prevent it. The rules, they will promote it. If such group starts working, it will happen. So that can be an activity which can be undertaken. We are asking our institutes to do it. Just after Shatabdi year, we will start something like this. So we can do it. Stopping the commercialization is again the government has to have some regulations about that. So RTE is there. So you have to take the, everything is politicized, then it doesn't work. Honesty is the basic thing that is required. That honesty will cure this. That honesty is not there. I told you an incident about the institution owner who said $3 trillion. Even our education minister farmer in the UPA government, he told that Indian education is $3 trillion economy. If you say, take that approach from the top, then everything is going to be commercialized. You have to change that approach.
How to encourage organ donation? Question by V. Ramya.
We have to educate people. There is a fear, baseless fear that if one organ is less, I will not enter Swarga. That is not so. If you donate your organs, you will definitely get Swarga. Hey, Dadichi Rishi, he gave his body, his bones. There are so many instances. So all these superstitions have to be removed. For that, public education is necessary. Examples are there. Now, people donating organs, number has increased. So slowly, this is coming to forefront. So people will change. We have to just propagate and we have to tell people that donation of organs is also one of the pavitra dans. And it doesn't your hamper journey to moksha. It creates facilitation for your journey to moksha. That we have to tell them.
There are many schemes for the development of tribals, rural population, but the reality on ground is different. Where is the disconnect in intent, implementation, accountability? How it can be corrected?
Accountability and implementation becomes faulty when intent is wrong. The gadbad is in intent. I said honesty. There are many schemes. But the administrator in the government office says, yes, there are schemes. You come and take advantage. If you don't come, I will not come to you. Because the British tradition is to rule the country, not to raise the people. The administrative apparatus was found by the British to rule people, to extract revenue from them, and for that maintenance of minimum law and order is necessary to do that. Nothing else. Our independent country, our administration should take care of the people. So we have got schemes. I will go. What is extension officer? He does these things. He takes the scheme to the people. He has to suggest somebody, you do this, this will benefit you. That is not there. Because there is no sensitivity, no awareness. Awareness about my caste is there. But awareness about entire society, it is not there. So I come from the city, I go to a block level. Oh, rural people. I am from city. They are rural people. I am from rural area, I go to jungle area. Oh, ST, they are jungle people. They are your people. That apnapan, that has to be there, and that brings the honesty. You cannot cheat your own man. You cannot be careless about your own man, about your own society. That awareness has to be strengthened, then this will happen. Meanwhile, organizations, so many like Seva Bharati, etc., they are doing this, they are bringing the schemes to there. But actually where schemes come in the administration, they have to try best. Wherever there are collectors or block development officers doing this, it has brought best fruits. But that awareness must be there. That is the reason. Intent is faulty.
The last question, sir, that was by K. Swati. Is now over. Completed. What are relevant selected questions have been answered now. Thank you.
అందరూ లేచి నిల్చుకుంటాం. జాతీయ గీతం లాభం ఉంటుంది.
Bharat
భోజనం స్వీకరించి ఇంకేమైనా మన అధికారులు కూడా మన మధ్యలో ప్రాంత క్షేత్ర అధికారులు ఉంటారు, వాళ్ళతో మాట్లాడి ఇంకేమైనా మనకి సందేహాలు, మనం అడిగిన పద్ధతిలోనే ప్రశ్నలు వచ్చిండవు కానీ ప్రశ్నలు వచ్చి ఉంటాయి కాబట్టి వాటి విషయాలు ఇంకేమైనా క్లారిటీ మన ప్రాంత అధికారులు క్షేత్రాధికారులు అందరూ ఉన్నారు, వాళ్ళతో కలిసి మాట్లాడుకుంటూ భోజనం చేస్తూ ఈ ప్రశ్నలు మిగతా ప్రశ్నలకు సమాధానం అందరూ తప్పకుండా భోజనం చేసి వెళ్ళాలి. మీకు ఏమైనా వెళ్ళే సమయంలో ఏదైనా అవసరం ఉంది ఏంటి అంటే మన కట్నాయకులు మనతో పాటు వచ్చినటువంటి కార్యకర్తలు ఉన్నారు, వాళ్ళని ఒకసారి కలిసి సహకారం తీసుకోవచ్చు అందరితో. అందరికీ వచ్చిన దానికి మరొకసారి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను.